the dark reaches of the immaterium, where raw emotion takes form and thought becomes being, there dwells a god whose very name is a war cry. Khorne, the blood god. He is wrath made manifest, the brutal embodiment of murder, fury, and battle. His roar is said to echo back to the very first act of violence, when one primitive creature seized a stone and struck down its kin in blind, red rage. Some among the corrupted philosophers of chaos argue that it was Khorne who inspired that blow, who whispered murder into the soul of the first killer. Others believe it was that primal act itself, raw, bloody, and unthinking, that birthed Khorne into being, a psychic echo in the warp from the fury of mortals. But such debates are hollow to his true disciples. They do not speak, they slaughter. Across the stars, conflict never sleeps. Greed, envy, pride, power. These are the sparks. War is the fire. Whether for survival or domination, for sport or for hatred, every act of bloodshed sends ripples through reality. These ripples flow to one throne alone. Khorne sits in judgment atop a brass throne built upon a mountain of skulls. The remains of his champions, their enemies, and all who have died in his name. His is the clearest call among the dark gods. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. Which is as good a time as any to plug my new merch. If you want to help support this channel further, consider checking out this Khorne-inspired merch. A Khornite berserker pillow, claiming sleep for the sleep god, pillows for the pillow throne, which you can find on both a shirt and a pillow. Find the link in the description or head to thesleepyhollow.shop. But if that isn't for you, I hope that if you enjoy this video, you'll consider giving it a like and subscribe if you haven't. Alright, back to sweet, murdery dreams. Khorne's power does not beg, coax, or deceive. It commands. He needs no honeyed lies or subtle promises. The rage lurking beneath every mortal facade is enough. The soldier who strikes for vengeance, the protector who kills to defend, the warlord who raises a world for power. Each channels Khorne's essence, whether they know it or not. His influence is felt in every corner of existence, from petty quarrels to galaxy-spanning wars. He is there in the spark of a duel, in the howl of an orbital bombardment, in the thunder of tanks, in the shriek of chain blades. Khorne is not death. He is the act of killing itself. Khorne is most often seen, when he chooses to be seen at all, as a colossal, muscular titan, encased in brutal plates of brass and blackened iron. His snarling, dog-like visage glares from beneath a crowned helm adorned with skulls. Though often referred to as he, Khorne is no man, nor even truly a god, but the sentient essence of violence made manifest. The gendered pronoun is a convenience of mortals. In truth, Khorne is wrath without form, focused into terrible shape. In his right hand rests a blade whose name shifts across tongues and races. Woe-bringer, war-maker, the end of all things. With it, Khorne can split the veil between dimensions, allowing his demonic legions to pour into the material realm. The skull throne he broods upon is surrounded by a sea of blood, stained by the sacrifices of every life taken in his name. Beneath the throne, some say lies a forge, its bellows stoked by furnace demons who craft the weapons and armor wielded by his demonic and mortal hosts. The scent of hot brass and burnt gore fills the air. And, as always, the mountain grows higher. The skulls piled at its base come from all species, all worlds, all times. It is an eternal testament to the truth of war. There is no peace, only slaughter. Why the number 8 holds power to Khorne, none can say. But its influence is carved into every ritual and army devoted to him. His blood legions are arrayed in 8s. 8 towers ring his citadel. When his demons die, they must complete 8 trials before regaining form. Even in the warp's greatest conflicts, Khorne's 8th wave strikes the hardest. Worshippers marked the number into their flesh, chant it in summoning rites, and structure their warbands in multiples of it. 8 is the rhythm of war. 8 is the breath between death cries. And in some ancient prophecies, it is foretold that after 8 great ages of war, Khorne's thirst might finally be quenched. Though even his most faithful doubt that day will ever come. Khorne is not madness. Khorne is not chaos. Khorne is order, but the order of domination, of primal conflict, of the blade's victory over the weak. War is not a symptom. It is the truth of reality. Civilizations rise through conquest and fall through stronger conquest still. There is no peace that is not bought with blood. To Khorne, the act of killing is holy, mercy is heresy, and blood is worship. A single warrior, gripped by fury, may kill a handful, but a legion of such zealots, a host of Khorne's blessed, can level planets. And they do. Across the galaxy, cults rise in secret. Some call him a beast spirit, a hunting god, or a blood-anointed savior. Orcs, humans, other Xenos, all can fall to his influence, knowingly or not. In the hives of the Imperium, gangs paint red symbols and cut throats for turf. When they call upon a patron to guide their blades, Khorne answers. For Khorne cares not from whence the blood flows, only that it flows. In Khorne's name, entire civilizations are extinguished. Ranks of berserkers wade through streets awash in crimson. Armored engines pulverize defenders. Demons leap from rents in reality. Cities are reduced to bone and ash. But for the warriors of Khorne, this is only the beginning. As battles rage, guns are abandoned. Chainswords are dropped. Warriors seek flesh, to feel it tear under their fingers, to bathe in the hot blood of their foes. The slaughter becomes worship, and the greater the carnage, the closer they feel to their god. And when the last foe is dead, they turn inward. Blood must be spilled, even if it means slaughtering their own. Khorne does not care. All blood honors him. Even in the realm of chaos, the war never ceases. Bloodthirsters clash, bloodletters duel, fleshhounds tear each other apart. When a host lies in ruin, it is replaced. The forge never cools. The bell never stops tolling. War is eternal. Blood is eternal. Khorne is eternal. In the churning madness of the warp, seated upon a throne of brass atop a mountain of skulls, Khorne bellows. His voice a howl of eternal rage, echoing through time and space, drowning the stars in fury. Around his throne stretches a battlefield without end, a plain of shattered bone and boiling blood. The remains of the faithful and the damned, the slain and the slayers alike, all offered in his name. Khorne is war unreasoned, violence unbound, and fury incarnate. He is the ceaseless bloodletting of friend and foe alike, the god who demands murder not for strategy or gain, but for the joy of it. His followers are those who turn to him for the strength to conquer, the power to kill, the right to avenge, and the skill to master all others in battle. Yet those who descend too far into his embrace soon understand the truth. Khorne desires only one thing: slaughter. Not victory, not purpose, only death and more death. He despises the sorcerer, the liar, and the schemer. The twisting of fate, the conjuring of illusions, these things are for the cowards who skulk in shadows. For Tzeentch's brood, not Khorne's. To wield the psychic arts in Khorne's name is heresy, and to whisper spells in his presence is to offer one's skull in failure. His warriors fight with axe and blade, not with deceit or manipulation. From the feral worlds to the feudal dead zones, from the wild tribes of man to the mutant rabble of chaos, the cult of Khorne thrives. It spreads like a wildfire across the dry savanna, hungry, unrelenting and always seeking more blood to spill. His warriors are frenzied killers, their tactics little more than an all-consuming charge. They don't defend, they only destroy. Temples are not needed. The battlefield is their altar. A war cry screamed into the void. Blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. Is prayer enough? In the absence of enemies, the cultists turn on one another, hacking at their own blood-drenched offerings, each seeking the favor of a god who favors none. Those blessed by Khorne bear his marks with pride. Some gain monstrous strength, others wear bestial visages or sprout claws, horns, and talons. These gifts are proof that the blood god watches and that violence is rewarded. Among the most revered of his mortal servants are the World Eaters, a traitor legion that exists for nothing else but slaughter in Khorne's name. The path to Khorne begins in yearning for power, control, or vengeance. It appeals to soldiers, to killers, to those who have been made weak and dream of rising through brute strength. And Khorne answers. He grants might and resilience, especially to those who fight with blade and fist. But his gifts bear a cost. Those who drink deeply of his power are soon consumed by it. Rage begins to boil in their veins. Every waking moment becomes a blur of fury. Only bloodshed can calm it, and only for a moment. Then the hunger returns, worse than before. In time, the worshipper becomes a creature of pure murder. Words vanish, thought fades, only the killing remains. The axe becomes an extension of the soul, and to stand idle is agony. Firearms, too distant. Sorcery, weakness. Only the blade satisfies. Axes cleave deeper, swords strike truer. The kill must be felt. The bones breaking, the blood splattering, muscles parting under the pressure. In these acts, communion with Khorne is found. As tactics dissolve in red mist, only one strategy remains. Charge. Get close. Rip, tear, and feed the god. And if the cultist dies in the act, so much the better. Their skull still adds to the throne. Among the Chaos Gods, Khorne's hatred burns brightest for Slaanesh, the Prince of Pleasure. To Khorne, the self-indulgent perversions of the Dark Prince are filth. He dreams of one day seizing Slaanesh by the throat, choking the laughter into screams, and snapping the god's neck with the sound of righteous, bone-breaking fury. Their servants despise one another just as much. Where they meet, they fight. No diplomacy, no delay. Yet Khorne also reserves a deep disgust for Tzeentch, the great deceiver. Sorcery, scheming, lies. These are all affronts to Khorne's creed of raw, open combat. And though the two powers may temporarily unite when bloodshed suits them both, such pacts are unstable, fueled by necessity, not kinship. They always end in betrayal, violence in red. Because in the end, Khorne will not be outmaneuvered. He will kill, or he will die killing. In the realm of chaos, Khorne's domain is a nightmare forged of fury and death. Endless plains of shattered bone stretch beneath skies racked with rage. Storms shriek overhead, winds howling with fury, so real they tear mountains from the earth and scatter molten stone like hail. But the land itself is alive, and it fights back. Volcanoes burst in defiance, hurling brass and fire to the heavens. Blood rivers rise and flood, consuming demons and mountains alike. Land slashes itself open, then heals in molten fury. Even the rocks thirst for violence. And in the heart of it all, from the skull throne, Khorne watches. He needs no court. His demons wage war upon each other in eternal, joyous slaughter. Each blow struck, every head taken, is an offering. To wander this realm is to face a truth more ancient than stars. War is eternal, conflict is God, and peace is a lie. Here, even the wind is a killer, even the blood is hungry, and to survive is not a goal, but a brief delay of death. At the ragged, burning edge of the Blood God's realm lies a ring of fire and fury, a circle of towering volcanoes so colossal that their peaks claw at the roof of the sky. The damned call it Khorne's rage. These mountains spew forth black smoke and molten brass in endless torrents, choking the sky and sealing the Blood God's domain in an impenetrable curtain of hate and heat. Red lightning crackles through the dense ash, while thunder roars like the whip crack of a bloodthirster, or the charge of juggernauts crossing a killing field. The ground here is sacred to destruction. The volcanoes stand sentinel, a bulwark against invasion. Their hellish torrents scour the land and air alike, killing the foolish long before they ever glimpse the brass citadel. But worse waits within. Should some arrogant force press into this scorched boundary, the mountains themselves awaken. Rock shatters and brass floods the fissures. From the flanks of the peaks rise monstrous things, half molten metal, half demon, forged from the mountain's wrath. These abominations lurk forward in silence, their rage as pure as it is mindless. They crush, they burn, they kill, and once their slaughter is done, they collapse into smoking ruin, lifeless until the next challenge dares their wrath. Nestled at the feet of Khorne's rage, forges burn eternal. Furnace demons toil in the heat of the volcanoes, hammering blades and axes from white-hot brass, crafting brutal armor and mechanisms of war destined for the Blood God's legions. Here is where the parts of demon engines, gears, weapon housing, fanged cannon muzzles are first born. Full assembly happens elsewhere, but every jagged tooth and spike begins at these hell forges. It is a place of ceaseless labor, where demons know their toil may be swallowed in an instant by a volcanic eruption. Khorne does not mourn them. Others rise from the blood pits to take their place. At the fringes, where invaders die screaming, the Forge Masters reap a dark bounty. Using forbidden implements and sorceries too foul even for the twisted servants of Tzeentch, they enslave the souls of mortals slain at Khorne's border. These screaming spirits are bound into anvils, their eternal torment fueling the forge itself. When hammers fall, the soul feels every blow. Every weapon is shaped in pain, baptized in hatred. Thus, the arms of Khorne are not merely weapons. They are curses made solid, forged from agony and bound to wrath. Warp storms dance across the chaos realms like wildfire, mutating all they touch. But in the Blood God's domain, there are places where this terrible energy lingers, places where it gathers. In such sites, the land buckles and breaks, forming vast craters. No one can say whether this takes moments or millennia. Time does not breathe here. When the warp settles into a pit, Khorne commands fresh blood be gathered from the mortal plane. The call goes out. Blood must be spilled, not in battle alone, but in devastation. Worlds burn, armies fall, and the blood of the slain is siphoned into these pits, mixed with molten brass and a drop of Khorne's own bile. From this churning stew rise the newborn legions, bloodletters, furnace demons, and beasts of hate and fire. They crawl from the muck, scream their oaths to the god that birthed them. From that moment until they fall in battle, their sole task is to harvest more blood and to refill the pit from whence they came. And when the pits run dry, the storms come again. The cycle begins anew. Across the realm, these pits give rise to rivers, boiling torrents of blood that stretch for kilometers, carving the land like scars. The lifeblood of all who die in Khorne's name ends here, whether friend or foe. No drop is wasted. It flows and it burns. Steam rises in crimson veils, cloaking entire valleys in a red haze. From time to time, grotesque bubbles rise and burst, hurling scalding gore high into the air, raining back down in arterial sprays that decorate the land with fresh carnage. These rivers are not symbols, they are testaments, channels through which the blood god's power surges, a liquid hymn to endless war. Eventually, all rivers run red into a chasm. There, a waterfall of gore cascades over a cliff, thousands of meters high, crashing into a lake so vast that it dwarfs any ocean of mortal comprehension. This is the Lake of Slaughter. brass-scaled leviathans swim its depths. Demon dragons of solidified blood battle in the skies above it. Even the lake itself hungers, rising in waves shaped like warriors, slamming into one another in a mimicry of combat. Should anything fly too low, it is swallowed whole, devoured by the lake. This is not a place. It is a being, a battlefield made liquid. Beyond the lake lies a plain of skulls. The earth is gone. Only blood remains. For kilometers, skulls stretch to the horizon. And there, rising from the crimson haze, stands the brass citadel, Khorne's fortress. Its outer walls are black and smooth, towering high above the bone-choked earth. Atop them stand demon sentinels, ever watchful. Flesh hounds prowl below, sniffing for intruders. Above, bloodthirsters soar, listening for the cry of the unworthy. To attack the brass citadel is to awaken hell. Should any rival chaos god dare breach this sanctum, Khorne's fury is unleashed. His personal host strikes with such force that realms quake and rifts between dimensions tear open. The other gods do not take retribution lightly, but even they hesitate to answer the blood god's wrath. It is whispered that once, in his fury, Khorne rose from his throne and struck the ground with his mighty blade, the end of all things, and that this blow split worlds. Because of this, balance holds. The great game plays on, not out of alliance, but out of mutual fear. For if Khorne ever truly went to war, the ruin would swallow all. And so, he broods upon his skull throne, listening to the endless hymns of violence that echo across his lands, the clash of blades, the thunder of war cries, and the whispers of skulls still yet to fall. At the very heart of the brass citadel, deeper than the bastion's stair, beyond the looming 8 iron pillars that mark the path of ascension, sits the throne of skulls. From this grisly pinnacle, the blood god Khorne gazes out over the realm of chaos and commands its endless blood legions, issuing wordless decrees of slaughter that ripple like thunder through the warp. Mortals and demons alike heed the call. When they triumph, Khorne hungers for more. When they fail, it is their blood that slakes its thirst, their skulls that are cast into the rivers of its domain. For blood must be claimed, one way or another. Should a champion falter, Khorne will reap his due from servant as readily as from foe. The throne itself rests upon a monument of skulls, a mountainous heap surrounding the blood god on all sides. These bleached relics are not merely the remains of Khorne's enemies. They are trophies, reverent offerings from his champions, markers of glory, rage, and ruin. Within that mound lie the craniums of failed warlords, butchered alien tyrants, heretic generals and the favored chosen who fell in battle after lifetimes soaked in gore. If these skulls could speak, they would whisper of ages long before the Long War, of battles lost to time, of the day Angron, the Red Angel, had yet to kneel before the Blood God. Some would tell of foolish empires that defied Khorne and were drowned in their own blood, species extinguished by berserker rage. And the closest to the god, the skulls of its most treasured champions, would do more than whisper. They would howl across eternity, a savage, jubilant echo of their final charge. Blood for the Blood God. Among the most violent spectacles to ever grace the Blood God's court is the eternal war of Tuska, the Demon Killer. This unhinged orc warlord led a Waaagh so frenzied, so obsessed with carnage, that it hurled itself bodily into the eye of terror, guided by the crackling madness of 1,000 weird boys. Their only desire? To fight demons. Tuska's mob carved a path of destruction through worlds devoted to the rival gods of chaos, drawing the rapt attention Khorne. The orc warlord, proudly bearing the title Demon Killer, and his green horde left mountains of corpses in their wake. But their charge ended upon the fleshy surface of a demon world ruled by a blood prince, a mighty demon prince beloved of Khorne himself. There, Tuska's entire Waaagh was annihilated, every last greenskin crushed beneath the fury of the Blood Prince and his demonic host. But the carnage had pleased Khorne, and so, as the next dawn bled across the twisted sky, Tuska and his horde arose again. Again they fought, again they died, and again they returned. Over and over, the cycle repeated. Slaughter without surrender. Death without despair. Khorne watched with mounting joy, for here was a glorious paradox. An army that neither feared death nor ever truly died. The Blood God claimed them. He dragged the Waaagh into his realm, into the burning shadow of the brass citadel. There, Tuska the Demon Killer and his undying orcs now wage eternal war against Khorne's blood-letter generals. Each day, the battle rages anew. Each dusk, as the last orc falls bellowing into the dust, great clouds of fungal spores are loosed into the blood-drenched foothills of the Osseous peaks. By morning they grow, they hatch, they charge again. It is a war without end, an offering beyond measure. And for Khorne, whose only creed is conflict eternal, it is perfection made manifest. For what is more sacred to the Blood God than the certainty of slaughter? Within the nightmares of mortals and the mythic tales of forgotten empires, few beings inspire more dread than the demons of Khorne. Terrible in form and terrible in purpose, they are nightmares made flesh, horned and fanged monstrosities with blood-red hides, cloven hooves, and eyes that blaze like twin suns of murder. Their presence makes clear the truth. They are born to kill. To treat with such entities is a folly few survive, unless armed with blood sacrifices enough to stay their hand. Should a petitioner live long enough to speak, bargains are possible, but never safe. These demons crave only release, to be unleashed upon victims with gleeful abandon. They do not discriminate. Any warm body will do. For some warlords, that indiscriminate violence is not a risk. It is the entire point. The Bloodletters are the foot soldiers of the Blood God, savage and relentless. With hideous horned forms and cloven hooves, they carry hell blades, bloodthirsty weapons forged in the hellfires at the base of the Throne of Skulls. Clad in brass armor, they enter battle howling, tearing through enemy lines in frenzies of unrestrained slaughter. Shock cavalry of an unmatched fury, a blood crusher is a union of a bloodletter rider and a juggernaut steed, a massive beast of brass flesh, iron sinew, and blazing blood. These monstrous demon machine hybrids roar with the fury of 1,000 dead souls, their every charge shaking the earth. They are the unrelenting hammer of Khorne's will, living avatars of his rage. The heralds of Khorne are more than commanders. They are living icons of war, chosen by Khorne to lead his demonic hosts. Heralds embody slaughter given purpose. Their martial prowess is exceeded only by the bloodthirsters, and their very presence inspires nearby demons to bloodier heights. Where they stride, rivers of gore follow. The Fleshhounds are ferocious canine beasts bred for the hunt. They bear the collars of Khorne, enchanted relics that render them all but immune to psychic tampering. Once loosed upon a scent, no prey escapes. They do not rest, they do not reason. They only pursue and rend. Living engines of war, juggernauts are brass bulls of demonic origin. Their blood molten fire, their breath hot enough to sear flesh from bone. Created in the furnaces at the base of Khorne's rage, they are given as mounts to Khorne's most favored champions, a deadly honor. The most terrifying manifestation of Khorne's wrath are the bloodthirsters, towering giants of destruction. They possess horned skulls, bat-like wings, cloven hooves, and bellowing war cries. Wielding massive, dual-headed axes and whips, bloodthirsters are the perfect warriors, incarnations of war itself. No battlefield is safe when one descends. Once mortal, now eternal, are the blood princes of Khorne. Former warriors of flesh who carved their way to immortality through rivers of blood. They were champions who pleased Khorne through endless slaughter and unwavering devotion, rising beyond mortality to stand as demon princes. For those who fail in this path, only madness or mutation await. But for those who succeed, glory everlasting. Though Khorne's demons are creatures of fury, they march in a strict hierarchy ruled by strength alone. The bloodthirsters lead, greater demons clad in brass, armed with barbed axes and hideous whips, towering over the battlefield as demigods of carnage. Around them gather demonic champions, each clawing for glory in the gods' gaze. Each blood legion is divided into 8 cohorts, and each cohort into 8 packs. This sacred pattern mirrors Khorne's holy number 8. Whether led by a herald or a demon prince, the formations serve a single truth: strength is dominance. The red tide legions drown enemies beneath waves of bloodletters, trailed by furies feeding upon the dead. The Hellfire Legion specialize in siegecraft, unleashing skull cannons, soul grinders, and the titanic lords of skulls. The brazen Thunder Legions are fast and vicious, crashing forward on blood thrones, blood crushers, and fleshhound packs. No mortal truly knows how many blood legions exist. Their composition often shifts. Infighting, warp surges, and ritual conquest constantly change their shape. Sometimes, one cohort will subjugate another, bringing it under heel in blood-soaked combat rites. Each cohort, each warrior, every blade and claw fights for a singular purpose: to spill blood, take skulls, and feed the unending hunger of the blood god. Within the swirling madness of the immaterium dwells Nurgle, one of the 4 mighty chaos gods. Often called the Lord of Decay, he is known by many other grim, evocative titles: the Fly Lord, the Plague Lord, Grandfather Nurgle, the Great Corruptor, the Master of Pestilence. Nurgle embodies entropy itself, disease, decay, and physical corruption. Among the ruinous powers, Nurgle holds a unique and unsettling closeness to mortal lives. From their first fevered cries to their last breath, few mortals can ever truly escape his touch. Some even call him the Lord of all, as every living thing, no matter how robust or enduring, inevitably falls to decay and entropy. Each chaos god thrives on the emotions that mortals radiate into the warp. For Nurgle, it is the fear of sickness and death that feeds him his dark powers. Mortals, desperate to cling to life at any cost, unwittingly open their souls to him. The quiet prayers of a parent over a feverish child, the frantic pleas of the dying for just one more day. These things nourish Nurgle. As plagues sweep across the galaxy, his strength surges, overshadowing even the mighty Khorne himself, until eventually his power wanes, awaiting the next grim opportunity. Nothing in the galaxy remains untouched by decay. Kingdoms crumble, empires collapse, and even the false emperor upon his golden throne, supported by countless sacrifices and the ministrations of the Mechanicum, will inevitably succumb to the ravages of time. Yet Nurgle offers something more than mere ruin. He offers renewal. Every ending gives rise to new beginnings. A soldier, devoured by a predatory plant, nourishes the next cycle of growth. Rotting flesh and darkened tunnels sustains vermin that in turn give rise to new life. Every conclusion, no matter how tragic, carries within it the seed of something new. It is this cycle of inevitability and rebirth that earns Nurgle his profound title, the Lord of All. Nurgle could simply wait patiently, for the universe inevitably unfolds according to his design. But patience alone does not suit his boundless enthusiasm. Instead, from within his festering manse, he tirelessly crafts new contagions, both physical diseases and corrupting ideas, and looses them upon mortals. Each time mortals attempt to resist him, creating cures and defenses, they unknowingly aid Nurgle by driving him to invent ever more virulent plagues. Thus, resistance against him only deepens their suffering, delaying the inevitable decay and renewal. While many races see Nurgle merely as a corrupter, they fail to grasp his grander truth. Primitive cultures understand him better, knowing that life itself is struggle and erosion. Each dawn brings with it the promise of dusk. Each night, the certainty of another dawn. From the rise and fall of empires to the birth and death of stars, everything lies beneath the watchful gaze of Nurgle, the shepherd of destiny. Yet, the outwardly repulsive nature of his blessings makes it difficult for mortals to accept his gifts. The rotting limb, the failing body, these are hard truths to embrace. Even the Emperor of mankind, whose slowly decaying form upon the golden throne absorbs 1,000 sacrificial souls each day, exemplifies Nurgle's grim yet undeniable reality. Each mortal that falls, each hopeful sacrifice, fuels the cycle of decay and renewal. Flesh is the currency of Nurgle's domain, and hope is the interest he pays on the investments of mortal suffering. To comprehend the true form of Nurgle, the Plague Father, is beyond the grasp of mortal minds. From learned scholars poring over secret forbidden texts, hidden deep within the fabled Black Library, to savage orc warriors telling crude tales around smoky fires aboard their marauding kill cruisers. Like the other great chaos gods, Nurgle's true visage is something no single mind can fully conceive. Though commonly referred to with masculine pronouns, Nurgle, like his fellow gods, is a being beyond mortal concepts of gender. Yet across the myriad myths and whispered legends throughout the galaxy, certain elements of Nurgle's manifestation are remarkably consistent. While other gods boast countless forms and ever-shifting shapes, the Plague Father's appearance is always depicted with striking similarity and in decidedly unflattering detail. Stories paint Nurgle as an immense bloated figure, swollen to grotesque proportions by endless decay and rot. His leathery skin is a canvas of corruption, riddled with necrotic wounds, swollen boils, and running sores that weep continuously. Through splits in his ruptured skin spill bloated internal organs, hanging like bunches of diseased grapes around his massive form. Nurgle's body is a sprawling mound of putrid flesh, covered in festering wounds and open lesions, in which countless lesser demonic creatures, known as Nurglings, cavorted playfully, spilling forth from his pustules and feeding joyfully on his seeping foulness. Clouds of buzzing flies perpetually swirl around his enormous diseased form, drawn inexorably by the stench of corruption. Even beneath his filthy fingernails dwell maggots and carrion insects, their eggs embedded in cysts that periodically burst forth, spraying rancid fluid in a hideous display. Such tales may hold truth or be the product of fevered imaginations. Yet what matters most is not the literal accuracy of these stories, but the undeniable truth they carry. Nurgle's creations are both wondrous and horrifically vile, and his unending delight in his grotesque works is utterly infectious. Beyond mere physical description, stories of the Plague Father share another fascinating detail, a paradoxical nature. Rot and decay are fundamental to Nurgle, yet he is equally renowned for a jovial, enthusiastic disposition. It is precisely this duality, this mingling of unimaginable foulness with boundless joy, that so often breaks the minds of those who dwell too deeply on his true nature. How can it be, the mortal mind wonders, that a god of plague and ruin can simultaneously radiate warmth, joy, and even compassion for the countless souls suffering beneath his touch? To attempt to reconcile this foulness with his inexplicable joviality is to invite madness. Yet those who somehow navigate this mental labyrinth without succumbing to insanity are fortunate indeed. They alone grasp a fraction of the truth, recognizing Nurgle as a tireless gardener, cultivating rot and decay to reshape the universe itself. Those who choose to follow Nurgle must embrace not only the inevitability of their death, but also the certainty of rebirth. This understanding, shared by the Plague Father himself, provides comfort to his followers, who accept that all things inevitably decay, and from decay, life always emerges anew. Thus, Nurgle's philosophy revolves around decay itself, not merely as an end, but as a transformative tool, a weapon, and a guiding principle. Champions and servants of Nurgle become living vessels of decay, embodying and spreading the corruption that fuels the grand cycle of the universe's demise and rebirth. Through their festering presence, mortal and demon alike advance Nurgle's ultimate goal, the great corruption, and the eventual reshaping of existence itself. Few seek Nurgle's embrace for simple power or glory. Unlike the other dark gods, Nurgle offers no dreams of wealth, power, or adoration. Most mortals approach him out of desperation, seeking release from suffering, protection from painful disease, or deliverance from inevitable death. Some do not even seek him. Instead, they are visited and offered a twisted bargain. Yet Nurgle's gifts rarely bring what his supplicants originally intended. Although fear and despair vanish, their ailments remain, joined by even worse afflictions. Festering sores, swollen bellies, and open wounds that never heal. Yet these followers soon find their suffering eased, replaced by hope and new purpose. They begin to see decay not as a curse, but as a glorious gift from their benevolent master. Few among Nurgle's followers rise above their peers, but those who do become true champions of decay, living embodiments of their patron's foul glory. These champions emulate the Plague Father's appearance, their bodies swelling grotesquely with corruption, trailing clouds of flies and accompanied by playful Nurglings. Their appearance inspires lesser followers, who draw strength from their champion's macabre beauty and unwavering devotion to Grandfather Nurgle. While mortal champions gain a deep understanding of Nurgle's purpose, it is his demonic servants, particularly the great unclean ones, who comprehend him most fully. They, along with demon princes and lesser demons, know their master's heart intimately, serving him not out of obligation, but out of genuine affection and joy, an affection reciprocated warmly by their jovial god. All four Chaos Gods share the same general ambition: to overthrow the current universe and reshape it according to their own desires. Yet each god's vision is unique. Slaanesh seeks eternal pleasure, Khorne endless bloodshed, Tzeentch ceaseless change. Nurgle alone comprehends the deeper truth. The universe exists in a constant cycle of decay and rebirth. Endings are inevitable, but they lead always to new beginnings. This fundamental difference sets Nurgle apart. Where others see destruction as an end, he sees it as a necessary step toward renewal. Khorne and Slaanesh accept Nurgle's eccentricities, even when they don't fully understand his refusal to utterly annihilate conquered worlds, or his strange protection of diseased territories. Tzeentch, however, constantly interferes, manipulating outcomes and frustrating Nurgle's patient designs, provoking rare irritation from the usually jovial Plague Father. Yet Nurgle knows these games are ultimately meaningless delays. The universe's decay is unstoppable, and eventually, even the machinations of Tzeentch will crumble into dust. The Plague Lord alone understands the cyclical nature of existence, and prepares tirelessly for the great moment of corruption, renewal, and rebirth that inevitably awaits the universe. In the darkest corners of the universe, mortals whisper fearful prayers to a powerful deity whose dominion is absolute. Nurgle, the mighty lord of decay. He rules over disease, rot, and the slow, relentless march of entropy, bestowing upon creation his inevitable gifts of sickness and physical corruption. Yet paradoxically, it is to escape their dread of suffering and death that countless souls willingly embrace this dark god. Though his visage is terrifying, Nurgle himself is warm and inviting, a deity who genuinely takes pride in the accomplishments of his followers. To them, he offers his most horrific diseases, all while protecting them from pain and the final chill of death itself. Death's fear grips the heart of every living being, and thus, across the galaxy, there is never a shortage of souls desperate enough to trade their immortality for the corrupted preservation of their flesh. Unlike other Chaos gods, many who worship Nurgle do so without having chosen this path. His influence spreads rapidly, infecting beasts and humanoids alike. Those struck by the dreadful supernatural illness known as Nurgle's rot find themselves cast out as lepers, driven to desperation. Yet Nurgle takes special interest in these afflicted souls, regarding the illnesses he spreads not as curses, but as precious gifts. His care for those he infects is oddly paternal, earning him the affectionate title of Grandfather Nurgle among his servants. Such is his strange allure that some mortals deliberately poison or infect themselves, eager for his twisted favor. The followers of the Lord of Pestilence whisper that Nurgle crafts innumerable diseases purely for his own amusement, with each vile contagion considered one of his proudest achievements. According to their creed, those who succumb to these terrible plagues find their souls swept directly into Nurgle's own domain, the festering paradise known as the Land of the Plague Lord. Those who loudly sing praises in his name may even be spared death, left alive to spread Nurgle's gifts further. For the Church of the Fly Lord always welcomes new converts. Among the countless supplicants who turn to Nurgle, only a rare few possess the strength to declare themselves true champions of decay. These chosen souls exhibit a feverish, morbid vitality, along with an unnatural resistance to harm. Champions of Nurgle pose an especially dire threat to crowded worlds, as dense populations become breeding grounds for pestilence. Starships, isolated in the cold void, are particularly vulnerable, their crews often driven to beg for Nurgle's mercy when disease ravages their decks. Such a fate once befell the legendary Death Guard Space Marine Legion, marooned within the swirling madness of the warp during the Horus Heresy. Trapped in the Hematerium, an unknown contagion spread like wildfire across their fleet, infecting each vessel and every warrior aboard. Even their transhuman bodies could not withstand the horrific plague as it bloated their flesh and rotted them from within. In despair, the Legion's Primarch, Mortarion himself, succumbed, crying out in delirium for salvation. Nurgle answered, transforming Mortarion into his greatest champion, a mighty demon prince. His legion became the Plague Marines, now among Nurgle's most powerful mortal servants, eternally favored for the last 10,000 years. Life across the galaxy is cruel and unfeeling, filled with misery and relentless suffering. Serving distant gods, or the cold, unyielding God Emperor, offers only emptiness, providing neither solace nor meaning. Mortals live briefly, only to die forgotten, their efforts claimed by others who stand upon their graves preaching false promises. Yet for those who accept the abundant gifts of Nurgle, everlasting hope becomes their ultimate reward. Decay is inevitable. Weapons rust, ammunition runs dry, and flesh itself wears away with time. Mortals succumb inevitably to injury, infection, or simple old age. Yet humanity endlessly struggles to delay the decay that stalks their steps. It is this struggle that drives mortals to greatness, that gives hope amidst despair. And it is Nurgle, the embracing grandfather, who transforms that struggle from futile despair into a profound source of strength. In crowded market squares on primitive worlds, and in the echoing, drone-filled cathedrals of the Adeptus Ministorum, preachers spread their deceitful warnings against spiritual corruption. They condemn those who turn away from the Emperor's light as lost and damned. Yet their words conceal a truth too terrifying for their followers to comprehend. Unlike other Chaos gods, Nurgle understands that decay and growth, death and rebirth, despair and hope are inseparable parts of a single cycle. While other ruinous powers see conflicting aspects within themselves, Nurgle embraces the unity of decay and renewal. His followers understand this cycle instinctively, gaining strength and comfort from it. Followers of Khorne chase violence and honor. Tzeentch worshippers forever seek change, while devotees of Slaanesh pursue endless sensation. Yet all Nurgle asks is that his followers embrace life as it truly is, to value every fleeting moment, and to hold unwavering faith in the inevitable future he promises. Yet not all perceive Nurgle's path as a blessing. To watch a child's skin turn sickly green, or a friend's wounds fester with rot, is a painful reminder of mortal fragility. Some curse Nurgle's name, blinded by their suffering, unable to grasp the deeper truths his blessings reveal. But to those who can see past the grotesque mask of decay, such afflictions are a profound gift. Nurgle's diseases open eyes to hidden realities, atrophying limbs while empowering spirits. He seeks to erode the very fabric of reality, slowly wearing away the foundations of the universe, until one day it collapses into chaos and ruin. From this ruin, a glorious new reality will rise, dominated by Nurgle and his cherished children. Those who aid him in bringing about this great corruption serve joyfully, knowing their Lord's victory is inevitable, and that they will be instrumental in its arrival. Nurgle the Plague Lord is the psychic embodiment of the universe's greatest fear, the fear of death. Disease, decay, and ultimate demise. These are the gifts he represents and wields as his weapons. Most of Nurgle's followers did not initially seek him. Instead, they encountered illness and death, and in desperation accepted his twisted bargain. relief from pain and disease in exchange for eternal damnation. Humans, in particular, fear death intensely, and thus humanity forms the largest part of Nurgle's following. He rewards their loyalty by infecting them with every disease imaginable, both natural and unnatural, making them utterly immune to further infection and pain. Yet this protection comes at a grotesque price, transforming his followers into living monuments of decay. Champions of Nurgle rise to become among the most formidable servants of chaos. Yet their mutations are the most horrifying. Swollen, bloated bodies, oozing with putrid fluids and festering infections. Their forms leak vile substances, host to countless infectious agents. Despite appearances, Nurgleites grow physically robust, immune to injury and disease, able to withstand wounds that would kill a normal human instantly. Strangely, despite their physical corruption, those devoted to Nurgle feel no agony. Indeed, many report an intoxicating sensation of strength and well-being, far surpassing anything experienced before their transformation. In embracing decay, they discover a perverse and transcendent pleasure, becoming eternally grateful servants to Grandfather Nurgle, Lord of Decay. The Death Guard are a traitor legion utterly steeped in the foul power of Nurgle. They are no longer merely warriors, they are hives of rot and filth, their flesh in a state of eternal decay, even as it is grotesquely renewed through the endless cycles of death and rebirth that Nurgle so adores. Yet once, long ago, the Death Guard were among the mightiest of the Emperor's legions, a shining example of strength and resilience. They were the inheritors of Primarch Mortarion, crafted in his grim image, and known first as the 14th Legion of the Astartes, the Dusk Raiders. Born on Terra in the twilight of the 30th millennium, they had been forged to reclaim the scattered stars for the glory of humanity. For a time, they fought with honor and distinction, their gray armor unadorned save for crimson right vambraces and gauntlets, a symbol of the Emperor's justice. As heavy infantry, the Dusk Raiders excelled at survival and endurance. Among the legions, they earned a reputation for relentless discipline, enduring where others faltered. Their iconography and traditions reflected their roots among the brutal Ironsides of Old Albia, a techno-barbarian nation of ancient Terra. When Mortarion was found upon the toxic world of Barbarous and reunited with his sons, he transformed the Legion. He renamed them the Death Guard, a name taken from the mortal warriors he once led to purge Barbarous of the warp-tainted overlords who had enslaved its people. Under his grim leadership, the Death Guard became the immovable core of the Emperor's armies during the Great Crusade, always found at the center of the battle line where the fighting was fiercest. Initially, most of the Legion's warriors hailed from Terra, but after Mortarion's ascension, recruits came almost exclusively from the polluted world of Barbarous. Over time, this shift sowed seeds of division. The Barbarous-born Astartes brought with them a grim culture and hardened traditions, clashing with the older Terran veterans who remembered the Dusk Raiders' glories and ways. These tensions came to a head in the time before the first battle of the Horus Heresy at Istavan III. Mortarion, now sworn to the War Master Horus's rebellion, identified those within his ranks, mostly Terran-born Astartes, who remained loyal to the Emperor. Warriors like Battle Captain Nathaniel Garrow of the 7th Company refused to betray the ideals of Old Earth, even when set against their gene father. During the final acts of the Horus Heresy, the Death Guard met their fate, as their fleet drifted, trapped in the Immaterium. A sickness of unimaginable virulence swept through their ships. Not even the enhanced physiology of the Astartes could withstand it. Flesh slowed from bone, bellies bloated with corpse gas. The strongest became shambling wrecks, racked by fever and delirium. What forces whispered to Mortarion in his moments of desperation are unknown. Perhaps already damned, or perhaps in fevered despair, Mortarion cried out, and Nurgle answered. When the Death Guard emerged from the warp, they were no longer the warriors they had once been. Their once gleaming white and gray armor was caked with filth, their bodies grotesque and bloated with corruption. They had become the Plague Marines, deathless vessels for the most potent diseases the Plague God could devise. With the fall of the Imperium's brightest hopes, Mortarion led his sons into the Eye of Terror. Unlike the other traitor legions, who fractured into countless squabbling war bands, the Death Guard remained unified, their endurance and strength binding them together. Mortarion forged for them a new home, the Plague Planet, a festering world crafted in the foul likeness of Barbarous. From their diseased stronghold, the Death Guard still surged forth, launching plague-ridden assaults through the Cadian Gate into the galaxy beyond. Wherever they march, they bring Nurgle's blessings, gifting despair, decay, and death to all who would know the eternal life promised by the Lord of all. They call it the Garden of Nurgle, a name that conjures green life and floral beauty. But no ordinary garden ever bore fruit like this. To mortal minds, incapable of grasping the chaos of the warp, the mind-shattering realm of Nurgle must be rationalized, framed within the limits of comprehension. And so, they imagine it as a garden, twisted, foul, and yet strangely beautiful. Forbidden tomes and whispered tales alike agree. The Garden of Nurgle is not merely a realm of rot. It is a grotesque paradise of endless, blooming decay. Within this garden grows an unnatural ecology. Beds of vivid blue shovel petal plants dig themselves from the soil, clearing space for skull seeds. Macabre sprouts planted lovingly by plague bearers. These grotesque seeds burst into fruit so revolting that bounding beasts of Nurgle cannot resist. Mistaking them for toys, the beasts stomp and scatter them, pulp and ichor flying skyward, caught in the wings of bloated flies that throng the air. But the bounty of this garden is no accident. Bloat flies, vessels of disease born of the Plague Father's creative whim, infect airborne predators that feast upon them. The afflicted vomit their viscera as they soar, before bursting into showers of life-giving gore. Mutated flesh and putrid blood fall upon the garden's floor, where it sours into rich compost and starts the cycle anew. Death feeds life, life begets decay, and so the wheel turns endlessly. Unlike any world in real space, this garden is not traversed. One does not move through it in the way one might wander a jungle or hike a mountain path. In Nurgle's realm, things are experienced. Time and space have no meaning here. Even the demons who tend the garden are not a workforce in the conventional sense. They are the garden, extensions of Nurgle's intent and living expressions of the experience he offers. Plague bearers, once mortal, cling to vestiges of logic and structure. They count, they organize, they label, even though such efforts are absurd in a realm shaped by whim. Still, they persist, content in their own strange way to live forever in Grandfather Nurgle's garden of rot. To visit Nurgle's garden is to walk a path of madness, where every turn offers another impossible wonder. There are trees made entirely of Eldari flesh, weeping the tears of a dying race. Fields where blistered tongues erupt from the ground, each laced with a different contagion. Tongues whisper, vines grab, and nothing is ever as it seems, or stays as it was. Some regions exist for mere heartbeats of eternity, born of Nurgle's passing fancy, or gifted to one of his favored great unclean ones. And yet some constants remain. There are fields in which blighted herbs are grown, and pits for the dismembered and diseased bodies used in his alchemical experiments. Most enduring of all is the mansion, decaying, sprawling, and eternal, where the Lord of all stirs his cauldron and watches the universe rot with pride. Rot clings to every beam, every wall of the mansion, and yet it still stands, impossibly, held together not by mortar or timber, but by the unrelenting will and joy of its creator. Windows weep sludge, shutters moan in the wind, pipes spew forth crawling horrors, centipedes with tongues, beetles with human faces, and unnamable things that slither with purpose. The roof, green-gray with age and mildew, belches black clouds from its chimneys, each puff composed not of smoke, but of buzzing living flies. Surrounding the mansion, trees of bone bear fruit that rots before it can ripen. Demonic birds roost upon the branches, their shrill dirges announcing the arrival of any uninvited guest. And within this house, under slumping beams and crumbling archways, Nurgle toils endlessly. At the center of his manor sits a colossal cauldron, large enough to drown whole worlds in its contents. With a ladle crusted in filth and crawling with maggots, Nurgle stirs his beloved brew, each swirl of his clawed hands birthing new diseases. He laughs as he works, tasting now and then, seeking the perfect plague. mixture is sometimes poured out in joy upon a waiting world. Other times, displeased, the Plague Lord drinks it himself, retches it back into the cauldron, and begins again. Around him, plague bearers chant in solemn cadence, counting diseases, tallying hatchling Nurglings, and whispering the number of souls claimed by each new infection. Their droning voices drown out all other noise, save the scrape of the ladle against the iron cauldron, a sound so eternal, so maddening, that it unravels the minds of those who dare to listen too long. Unlike the other dark gods, Nurgle walks among his creations. While Khorne broods on his throne of skulls, Slaanesh bathes in decadent pleasure, and Tzeentch schemes from afar, Nurgle strolls through his garden with childlike glee. He touches each twisted flower, watches each disease unfold, and delights in the ever-shifting life-death spiral of his own domain. Near his manse lie the deathbeds, where travelers and invaders are entombed in muck. There, Nurgle listens to their dying tales, hoping for inspiration. Those who please him are plucked free, transformed into vessels for his latest plagues, and cast back into the mortal realm, living carriers of his divine rot. In the pox yards, his experiments are tested. Diseases of flesh and soul, honed to perfection. The garden warps to meet the needs of the trial. Clear lakes that turn to pus at the first drink. Bramble fields that flay the skin of those infected, revealing whether they still feel pain. Every inch of this land serves a purpose. There are places of rare herb cultivation, feces-infused arboretums, and hills formed when great unclean ones regurgitate entire devoured armies. It is a living realm, a place of work, of joy, of constant rot. But not every corner of the garden is constant. Some places flicker into existence when one of Nurgle's plagues reaches its apex in the mortal realm, then vanish again as its influence wanes. The death bell lily fields, for example, toll with every mortal death caused by disease. The bell rings endlessly. Elsewhere, in the hanging gardens of Thushbolg, thousands of orcs hang from the trees, rotting eternally, an offering from the great unclean one to his master after a victorious campaign. Plague bearers count rotting organs. Beasts of Nurgle play in madness-inducing fields. Nurglings roll with laughter through steaming mounds of regurgitated matter. It is hideous. It is divine. And it is the blueprint of a new reality yet to come. There is a tale, an ancient myth known to the Eldari of a single craft world. It speaks of Isha, their goddess of life and healing, not slain by Slaanesh during the fall, but taken. According to this story, she was imprisoned, not consumed. And for reasons no Eldari fully understood, Nurgle fought for her. The plague god waged war against the Prince of Pleasure and claimed Isha for his own. He did not devour her. He adored her. But Nurgle's love is a cruel thing. She now dwells in a rusted cage within his mansion, watching as he stirs his cauldron. He forces her to taste his plagues, her agony becoming his metric of success. She heals, as is her nature, and in doing so, shows him how virulent his creations truly are. Pleased, Nurgle rains his concoctions upon the worlds of mortals. Yet even in torment Isha resists. She whispers the secrets of cures into the mortal realm, a quiet defiance against the Lord of all. The garden of Nurgle is not meant for mortal lies, but some still dare. The seers of Lugganath once cast their spirits into the garden, seeking to free Isha. They believed they could enter and leave without consequence. They were wrong. Plague bearers rose to meet them. Though the seers fought valiantly, their souls grew anchored to Nurgle's realm, as their bodies withered in real space. In time, they were consumed, not with fire, but with root and bark. Now they stand as trees in Nurgle's garden, their branches heavy with Nurglings, their eyes forever fixed on Isha's cage. It is a lesson, a warning. Even Nurgle's hospitality has its limits. In the warp-stained realm of the Plague Father, demons crawl, lumber, buzz, and frolic. Putrid heralds of a god who finds joy in entropy and life and death. These are the demons of Nurgle, hideous to behold, their bloated bodies slick with slime, bursting with lesions, and riddled with pestilence. Yet behind their repulsive forms lies a paradox. These creatures are cheerful, almost jubilant in their work. They revel in the groans of the infected, as though they were songs of praise, and take pride in every pox and sore gifted in their master's name. Tiny reflections of Nurgle himself, Nurglings are rotund little mischief makers. They swarm in great numbers around the plague god's legions, chattering and giggling as they spill out from wounds and orifices of particularly blessed chaos champions. These impish creatures treat the festering body of their host as home and battlefield alike, leaping forth to defend their territory when the host is attacked. The rank and file of the Plague Lord's legions, plague bearers are gaunt, rotting figures, their form barely humanoid, save for their hunched posture and a single glaring eye. A haze of buzzing flies surrounds them, their droning wings and endless stench announcing the approach of disease incarnate. Every wound they inflict spreads infection. Every breath they exhale taints the air. Risen from the ranks of plague bearers, plague drones are elite overseers mounted upon grotesque rotflies. With a bird's eye view of the battlefield, they tally the spread of disease and swiftly correct any resistance to Grandfather Nurgle's plans. Their position is one of solemn pride, a combination of duty, devotion, and decay. The plague toads, also known as rot eaters or sewerkin, are massive, brackish amphibians. They waddle forth with mouths wide enough to consume a man in a single gulp. Drawn to decay, like vultures to carrion, they can be summoned by plague-bound sorcerers to serve in spreading rot wherever it festers. Rotflies are demonic insects and among the most abhorrent of Nurgle's creations. Vast, grotesque, and mind-scarring to witness, rotflies hatch in the fecund depths of Nurgle's gardens. Their genesis, known only to the Black Library of the Eldari, remains a forbidden horror, feared even in dream. With slug-like bodies, tentacled faces, and ever-wagging tails, beasts of Nurgle are demonic contradictions. Monsters of plague and rot who exude childlike joy. They barrel toward victims not in malice, but in twisted affection, seeking playmates who inevitably perish in their embrace. From among the plague bearers rise the heralds, those who bear the Plague Father's greatest blessings. They are stronger, more virulent, and far more devoted, their elevated status marked by both deformity and devotion. Heralds spread their master's contagion with fervor, guiding their lesser kin into battle. Where death has struck hardest, vile savants appear. Horrific avatars of the very plagues that once claimed mortal flesh. Resembling containment-suited cadavers, filled with rotting slop and vermin. These demons shamble forward, their suits beaded with sweat like slime, and their insides nothing but necrotic slurry. Those who meet them may hear buzzing voices in their heads before the experiments begin. Manifesting as rippling carpets of flies, locusts, and beetles twisted into monstrous form, plague swarms surge across battlefields with mindless, implacable hunger. Their passage leaves nothing untouched, stripping flesh, corroding steel, and unmaking reality itself with every touch. The great unclean ones, they are the generals of the plague legions. Vast, corpulent hulks of rotting meat and diseased ichor. Each great unclean one is a portrait of Nurgle's grotesque joy. Their bellies burst open, spilling loops of intestine. Their skin boils and weeps, and Nurglings tumble from their gaping wounds like joyful children. Yet beneath this monstrous exterior lies paternal affection. These demons are gregarious, sentimental and proud, lavishing praise on their legion and chuckling at the bloom of each new boil. They are rot incarnate, and they revel in their role as shepherds of pestilence. Exalted from mortal origins, demon princes of Nurgle are terrifying champions who earned immortality through decay. Their forms swell with filth. Their once proud armor splits from the pressure of rot. Immune to pain, immune to death, they stride through war like walking epidemics, hurling tanks, spreading pestilence with every psychic scream, and seeding the battlefield with plagues born from their own mutated flesh. Some even fly, borne aloft on wings of putrescent leather or clouds of viral spores. Among the most notable demons of Nurgle, there is the once noble Primarch of the Death Guard, or Tarion, who now serves Nurgle as a demon prince. He led the plague wars against Ultramar during the Era Indominus, seeking to drown the mortal realm in Nurgle's embrace. The tallyman of Nurgle, Epidemius, is a demonic accountant, tracking every infection, every victim, every pox. Carried on a palanquin and tended by 24 Nurglings, Epidemius catalogues the Plague Father's work with obsessive fervor. An especially infamous Great Unclean One, Kugath, is consumed with perfecting a single divine disease, the most glorious plague that could ever be crafted. His search has spanned centuries, each outbreak another step toward that loathsome ideal. Summoned during the fall of Nebis, Rodigus brought with him storms of filth and floods of crawling vermin. Flesh vats exploded, cities drowned in sump mire, and defenders fell screaming as the deluge of Nurgle swept across the land. In the end, all that remained was rot and victory. To outsiders, Nurgle's armies may seem chaotic, a shambling mess of decay and madness. But beneath the ooze lies order. Each legion plays a part in the cycle of life, death, and rebirth that defines Nurgle's vision. Fecundus legions gather raw ingredients across time and space, their work forming the basis for future plagues. Infecticus legions carry the first infection, seeding new worlds with rot. Pathogenous legions are the plague made manifest, strong in defense, vicious in attack. Epidemic legions expand and multiply, spreading contagion like wildfire. Rot legions accelerate decay, reducing all to fertile ground for Nurgle's garden. Morbidus legions bring the final toll, reaping the dead in Nurgle's name. Necroticus legions endure where all else fades, using despair and rot as their shield. Each legion is led by a great unclean one, who directs 7 tallybands, each commanded by heralds or demon princes, bearing extravagant titles like Slop Toxic Master of Bubbling Buboes, or Almighty Bringer of Rancid Decay. As Nurgle's power waxes and wanes, tallybands swell or shrink, but always remain loyal, shambling emissaries of the Plague Lord's will. Some legions take to the skies with swarms of plague drones. Others bury enemies in tides of beasts. And the great unclean ones, they lead them all, cycling through roles like phases of disease, each stage another step in the great wheel of corruption. Nurgle's demons are not simply monsters. They are children. They are gardeners. They are apostles of joy in a universe that refuses to understand them. And with every pox that spreads, every soul that falls to fever and filth, they laugh because they know the truth. The cycle cannot be stopped, and Nurgle waits for all. If the legends are to be believed, there was once a moment in the long, winding history of the galaxy when an entire species damned itself, not through war or plague or external cataclysm, but by the weight of its own excess. Over the course of thousands upon thousands of Terran years, the ancient Eldari, a species of unmatched psychic might and soul-deep passion, spiraled into decadence. Their abilities, so vast and potent, allowed them to shape reality through will alone. Their emotions, intense beyond the comprehension of lesser races, resonated within the immaterium like thunderclaps. And so, as they surrendered themselves to pleasure, indulgence, and depravity, the echoes of their indulgences rang through the warp with catastrophic consequence. What followed was no mere ripple. If the whispers are true, half-heard truths buried in shadow and rumor, then from this all-consuming debauchery, a new being took shape in the warp. It was not forged by incantation or conjured by ritual. Rather, it was born. Born from thoughts, from cravings, from acts so unspeakable they defy record. Born from the psyche of an entire race. It was a god. And it was a god that reflected, in perfect and horrifying detail, the soul of those who had unwittingly gestated it. The name of this god was Slaanesh. Most beings in the galaxy know nothing of this. Even among the learned, such truths are dismissed as dark myth or forbidden heresy. But within the Black Library, hidden in the unreachable heart of the webway, the Eldari's greatest and most secretive trove of knowledge, the truth is preserved. In its lightless vaults, and within the somber councils of its Black Council, ancient tomes tell of an event that shattered the stars. These records speak not in metaphor or poetic sorrow, but in grim clarity. The Eldari did not merely stumble into disaster, they birthed it. By the time of the fall, the Eldari were a species unchained from every constraint. Their technology had reached heights that rendered survival trivial. There was no hunger, no labor, no threat they could not annihilate. Social boundaries had dissolved. Family, duty, and kinship meant nothing, when every desire could be instantly fulfilled. Death itself held no fear, for the souls of the Eldari, then unclaimed by any warp predator, would reincarnate freely into new vessels, cycling eternally through the immaterium. It was a golden age on the surface, but beneath the passions of the Eldari turned inward. With no fear, no consequences, and no higher calling, they explored their desires to unimaginable depths. Freed from fear of reprisal, their minds wandered into dark and uncharted territories of thought and sensation. Each act, each whispered dream or terrible indulgence cast waves of psychic energy into the warp, feeding and shaping the nascent form of something monstrous. And then it happened. The fall. The darkest moment in Eldari history. In a single, soul-shearing instant, Slaanesh awoke. The shockwave of its birth tore through the warp and the material universe alike. The psychic scream of the newborn god obliterated entire worlds. The vast majority of the Eldari were consumed, body, mind, and soul. Their spirits were bound forever to the service of chaos, linked in ways they could never have foreseen. Their newly born god hungered, and it fed upon the very essence of its creators. Only a few survived. The scattered remnants of the once great race now dwell on distant craft worlds, or hide deep within the webway, clinging to the fragments of their culture and lives. They are haunted not only by the god they birthed, but by the knowledge that it came from within. The Black Council of the Black Library continues to pore over the records of the fall, searching desperately for any clue that might lead to salvation, or at least stave off the inevitable doom that stalks them. The Eldari tell this tale as a warning, a truth too painful to ignore. They were not destroyed by an invader. They were destroyed by themselves. For the shattered remnants of the once glorious Eldari race, the birth of Slaanesh and the catastrophic fall of their civilization marked a turning point so profound that it reshaped not only their history, but the very soul of their people. With their homeworlds lost and their gods dead or corrupted, the survivors retreated into the void aboard vast, self-sustaining starships, the craft worlds. And there, they began the painful process of remaking themselves. In the wake of unimaginable loss, they forged a new way of life, one founded on discipline, on rigid structure, and on a single unrelenting purpose: to survive. This resolve was not born from pride or vengeance alone, but from fear. A fear so profound that it gripped even the most wayward of hearts. For Slaanesh had not been sated by the soul-shattering feast it consumed at its birth. No, the Dark Prince hungered still, and the taste of Eldari souls, so rich, so vibrant, had become its obsession. Each Eldari understood, down to the core of their immortal being, what awaited them should they fall. Obliteration, not just of body, but of soul, an eternal and unspeakable torment, offered up to a god of their own making. The horror of such a fate drew nearly all the survivors into the embrace of the Osirnyani path, a way of life built to focus the mind, restrain the passions, and shield the soul from Slaanesh's endless hunger. But not all chose this path. Some refused to change. Whether through pride, defiance, or the simple inability to live any other way, a faction of the Eldari rejected the chains of self-control. They retreated not into spiritual fortresses, but into flesh-wrought cathedrals of suffering and pleasure. These were the Drakari, once called Dark Eldar. Eldari who embraced the very same excess that had doomed their civilization. The Drakari live each moment balanced on the edge of annihilation, knowing that every act of indulgence brings them closer to the abyss, yet unable or unwilling to stop. They seek ever more extreme sensations, their cruelty sharpened by desperation. It is not simply lust or savagery that drives them, but a burning need to stave off damnation by feeding upon the pain and fear of others. They buy their continued existence with agony, wringing vitality from torment as a starving man wrings water from stone. And yet, the Drakari are not alone in this fate, for the powers of chaos do not seduce with abstractions. They are not distant ideals or rare temptations. Their power lies in the proximity to the soul of every living being. They thrive because they embody the most fundamental truths of existence. Khorne is the raw fury of conflict, the fight for survival given divine form. Nurgle is the grim certainty of death and decay, and the twisted comfort found in acceptance of the inevitable. Tzeentch is the endless yearning for knowledge, for power, for change, born from the mortal desire to control the chaos of existence. Slaanesh, though, is perhaps the most insidious of them all. Its appeal is woven into the very fabric of sentient life. It does not begin in darkness or pain. It begins in joy, pursuit of happiness, of perfection, of a life richer and more fulfilling. It whispers of love, beauty, pleasure, and mastery. It seduces not by offering torment, but by offering more joy, more sensation, more victory, more recognition, more everything. And so, the trap is sprung. Where a guardsman seeks glory, Slaanesh is there. Where a rogue trader seeks wealth, Slaanesh is there. Wherever desire lives, be it for pleasure, power, status, or love, Slaanesh waits at the end of that pursuit. And beyond that final threshold, once the last desire is sated, there lies only damnation. Among the ruinous powers of the warp, each god embodies a distinct horror. Khorne is fury given flesh, a wrathful titan of blood and battle. Tzeentch twists perception itself, a shifting tapestry of sorcery that defies logic or sanity. Nurgle, swollen with rot and disease, is the festering sum of entropy and despair. But Slaanesh is different. Slaanesh is divinely beautiful. Where the other gods inspire revulsion or terror, Slaanesh evokes longing, desire, awe. Of all the dark gods, only Slaanesh wears a face that mortals might willingly approach, and in that approach, be utterly destroyed. Humans, most often refer to the god as he, while the Eldari, who know the Dark Prince better than most, speak of her. But the truth is more elusive. Slaanesh is neither male nor female, and yet possesses traits of both. Refined, perfected, combined into a being whose beauty transcends the binary constraints of gender. Its most common form, when it chooses to manifest, is a study in symmetry and contradiction. A being whose right side is female and left side male, clad in skin of flawless grace. Twin pairs of devilish horns arch from its golden flowing hair, crowning a visage of haunting allure. Though it can take any shape it wishes, male, female, both or neither, Slaanesh prefers the male form. But that choice, like all things it does, serves only to seduce. In whatever guise it appears, Slaanesh is perfection. Tall, elegant, unnervingly graceful. Its movements are fluid poetry, its voice like music unplayed by any mortal instrument. Yet there is something in its beauty that unsettles, a sense of danger behind the charm, like a predator cloaked in silks. Its appearance is never quite fixed, because Slaanesh reflects the desires of the observer. To gaze upon it is to see what one most craves, what one most longs for, and what one can never have without losing everything. But always, always, there are the horns, two pairs, rising like twisted crowns, constant even as the rest of the god shifts and transforms. Slaanesh is often depicted in sculpted, form-fitting armor, lined with luxurious silks, every contour designed to entice. In one elegant hand, it carries a jade scepter, said by its cultists to be its greatest treasure, a symbol of domination and allure. To its followers, this scepter is more than an artifact. It is the promise of power, the key to excess, and the sigil of their own surrender. For those who fall under Slaanesh's gaze, or even imagine doing so, whispers speak of a terrible truth. To look upon the Dark Prince is to forfeit your soul. Not in rage, not in pain, but in joy, in bliss, in the willing sacrifice of self to something too beautiful, too perfect to ever resist. Across the vastness of the galaxy, Slaanesh sees its hand at work in countless subtle and insidious ways. The gentle joy of a parent holding their newborn child, the quiet pride of a commodore as their fleet enacts a perfectly executed stratagem, the quickening of a lover's pulse in the arms of their paramour, the breathless relief of a soldier who survives an unexpected skirmish and remembers, if only for a moment, what it is to feel alive. These sensations, so fleeting, so intimate, are but whispers of pleasure, and on some level, they please the master of delights. But they are not enough. Though the fall of the Eldari and the continued pursuit of their shattered kind remain enduring joys for Slaanesh, the Dark Prince's desires are far grander. Every breath a mortal takes is an opportunity to inhale a new scent. Every toast raised is a chance to taste something never before savored. On every battlefield, each shriek of agony, every scream wrung from lungs by chainsword or flamer, is a symphony yet unheard. From within its glittering palace, in the heart of the Dark Prince's realm, Slaanesh revels in the pursuit of these new sensations. It is not a passive observer, but an active instigator, guiding, tempting, and pushing mortals to ever greater excesses. To the Lord of Excess, reality itself is a plaything, a canvas of flesh, thought, and experience, to be shaped, torn, and bound in pursuit of sensation. Mortals who choose to serve Slaanesh strive to emulate their god, though their imagination and bodies are but crude tools in comparison. Across every star system, every world, every hive and holdfast, cultists of Slaanesh craft experiences that no being has ever known before, twisting art, love, violence, and pleasure into forms that challenge the very notion of what it means to feel. For some, this might be the pursuit of a carnal experience so rare and precise that it becomes legend. For others, it might be the creation of a work of art so beautiful, so tragic, that it leaves all who witness it weeping. But the truly inspired, the ones who catch the Dark Prince's eye, dream far bigger. Few have known the exquisite thrill of watching an entire squad of Space Marines annihilated in a single moment by the terrible wrath of a subjugator Chaos Titan. Fewer still have heard of the terrifying silence that follows when millions of voices cry out in fear, then nothing, as nuclear acidic bombs render flesh into memory. Most mortals lack the vision to create such moments. The greatest excesses, the most sublime experiences, often lie beyond the reach of flesh and blood. But in the realm of chaos, all things, no matter how impossible, are within reach. The Adeptus Ministorum and the Adeptus Terra understand how easily desire becomes corruption. They preach restraint, impose suffering, and demand total devotion, for they know that to grant the average imperial citizen even a whisper of freedom is to risk their soul. The Imperium fills every moment of a citizen's life with toil, punishment, and prayer, not for cruelty, but for survival. A mind left idle might begin to imagine, to want, to desire, and that is all Slaanesh requires. Yet, even this rigid discipline brings its own danger. The merciless laws, the endless burdens, the suffocating weight of obedience, they drive many to seek a moment of escape. A single act of defiance is rarely a declaration of rebellion. It is often an act of relief, a chance to breathe, a moment of peace, a whisper of something more. Slaanesh does not demand such moments be grand. A simple act of comfort, a bite of food not strictly rationed, a touch of affection, a moment of private joy is enough to spark a soul's descent. From that single flicker, the Dark Prince fans a flame, drawing them toward obsession. Even beyond the Imperium's borders, hardship reigns. Life on the fringes of Imperial space is no freer than that within. War is constant, survival is tenuous. In such bleakness, the appeal of Slaanesh is not just temptation, it is salvation. And yet, not all who fall are poor or powerless. Some, like the Eldari of old, dwell in luxury, insulated from suffering. For them, life becomes a playground of experience. The rarest spices, the most exotic pleasures, the extinct symphonies of dead civilizations. Nothing is too obscure. But satisfaction fades. Novelties die. And so, they turn to stranger pursuits, darker desires, chasing what cannot be found through conventional means. But obsession is not only for the elite. Even the most destitute soul can find joy in strange places. The crackling of firewood, the way drool pools on old cloth, the taste of fingernails freshly severed. It seems mundane to one, can become the centerpiece of obsession to another. And once obsession takes root, limits vanish. The neighbor's house is full of firewood. The neighbor's mouth drips with drool. The neighbor's fingers are covered in nails, ripe for the taking. And if the obsession is strong enough, there is nothing the obsessed will not do to indulge it. Still, even this is only a fraction of what is possible. Mortal limits, in time, become unacceptable. With the right mutations, one might grow ethereal tentacles that pass through bone and extract memories through skull. With the correct warp-infused relic, a mortal might distill the essence of fear from a captive and drink it like wine. In exchange for a soul, a single meager soul, one might gain the ability to heal all wounds and relive the exquisite moment of self-dissection again and again forever. These are but a few of the infinite sensations that await those willing to embrace obsession. For the galaxy is Slaanesh's canvas, and every moment of desire, every act of indulgence, every breath of longing is a brushstroke. Those who serve the master of excess do not merely fall into corruption. They rise into a new realm of experience, where sensation is purpose, and pleasure is the path to eternal damnation. When the Dark Prince tore open reality with its birth, the warp howled, and the galaxy shuddered. Its nascent form, newly awakened, knew only hunger, a vast, gnawing emptiness, and a boundless, terrible cruelty. In that first moment, Slaanesh consumed billions of Eldari souls, drowning them in eternal damnation within the depths of its being. It reveled in their despair, in the agony of their realization, as they came to understand that their fall had created their destroyer. And it was not merely destruction, it was ecstasy. The act of consuming those who had given it life was a pleasure so profound that few minds, mortal or otherwise, could begin to comprehend it. But the moment passed, and so Slaanesh moved on, not merely hunting the surviving fragments of the Eldari species, but savoring the hunt, delighting on it. Every new torment, every soul claimed, was another step in its endless pursuit of sensation. Yet even that exquisite satisfaction could not endure. Ever since that first feast, Slaanesh has been driven, a god of obsession, seeking new pleasures to fill the silence between its soul meals. Pain and suffering, worship and adoration, these are pleasing to the Lord of Excess, who bathes in torment and thrills in agony. But such things, while potent, are not enough. Slaanesh is no simple god, and its hunger is never sated by repetition alone. Through its countless followers, mortal and demonic, Slaanesh explores the infinite depths of sensation. All beings, no matter their form or allegiance, feel. They long for power, for pleasure, for perfection. They are filled with pride, with want, with longing. Some for the tangible, others for dreams and ideals. The Dark Prince offers them what they seek. It gives power, mastery, and fulfillment. It gives gratification, the moment of triumph, the peak of desire, the climax of ambition. There is a cruel trick in this gift. With fulfillment comes craving. With indulgence comes addiction. The more they feed, the more they need. Their hunger grows, not shrinks. And in that widening abyss, Slaanesh binds them to itself. For every moment of obsession, Slaanesh shares in their sensation. The recoil of a bolter hammering into a Chaos Space Marine's shoulder becomes, to Slaanesh, the tender touch of a lover. The fevered, drug-induced dream of a cultist becomes a sumptuous feast. Every vile indulgence, every thrill of darkness, every forbidden act is reflected back to the god, who rewards it with whispers of power and a deeper hunger. Even the acts of those who serve the other chaos gods are not beyond Slaanesh's reach. When a berserker spills blood in the name of Khorne and feels the hot rush of pride as bodies fall beneath his blade, Slaanesh drinks in that pride, sharing in the satisfaction and stoking the drive for greater glory. When a spy unravels a planetary regime in service to Tzeentch and delights in the perfection of their deception, Slaanesh feels the spark of triumph and feeds the obsession for even more elegant manipulation. When a plague-ridden soul embraces the swollen blessings of Nurgle and finds comfort in decay. Slaanesh takes the warmth of that surrender and cultivates the mortal's love of stillness and serenity. In this way, the perfect prince is fed not only by those who openly worship it, but by all acts of excess pride and desire. Where there is feeling, there is hunger. Where there is hunger, there is indulgence. And where indulgence reigns, Slaanesh is never far. Of all the ruinous powers, Slaanesh is the youngest and most beguiling. Alone among the Chaos Gods, the Prince of Chaos appears truly beautiful to the mortal eye. Its allure is irresistible, its presence disarming. A blend of innocence and sensuality that only an immortal could possess. To hear Slaanesh speak is to be seduced by every word. To behold its form is to risk one's soul, for it can assume any alluring shape it will, and in any guise, it is perfect. So captivating is Slaanesh that no mortal can look upon it without being enslaved to its slightest whim. Those who long for charisma and companionship, for adoration or influence, turn to the Prince of Pleasure, whose gifts can make a speaker magnetic, an artist inspired, or a warrior worshipped. Poets and painters are drawn in by the promise of divine inspiration, while even hardened champions might be tempted by the prospect of adulation and loyalty from those around him. Yet, Slaanesh's gifts are never without price. What begins as delight quickly becomes routine, and its followers are driven to seek out greater, more extreme forms of pleasure and self-fulfillment. What once brought joy grows stale. Only the most decadent and debased acts can stir the emotions of Slaanesh's servants, who are consumed by addiction, the purest, most corrupt form of obsession. Slaanesh is the god of passion, obsession, luxury, art, and indulgence. It embodies every vice whispered in the dark, every cruel desire buried in the mortal heart, and every secret temptation hidden behind masks of restraint. Drawn by these cravings, mortals gather in places of carnal excess to pay homage to their debased master, offering prayers not in words, but in ecstasy and debasement. The infamous Eldari cults of pleasure, whose depravity helped bring about the fall and gave birth to Slaanesh, are perhaps the most infamous of its followers. From their ruin emerged the Drakari, a twisted reflection of their noble cousins, the Asuryani. These dark Eldari fear Slaanesh's hunger just as deeply, for they know their souls, too, are ripe for the taking. The followers of Slaanesh seek pleasure in all things, and quickly become numb to the mundane. They drape themselves in extravagant, garish attire, brightly colored, richly decorated, impossibly opulent. Sound, light, texture, all must be amplified, exaggerated, until even the dullest sensation becomes rapture. They pursue ever greater extremes, their lives an unending spiral toward obsession. Slaanesh's touch often finds its way into the upper echelons of society, where luxury and power insulate the soul. The nobility, the idle rich, and the elite, those with the time and means to indulge, are frequent victims. But perhaps the most insidious corruption takes place among those who pride themselves on virtue. There is no joy like corrupting the righteous. Even the most devout pontiff of the ecclesiarchy must sleep, and in sleep, the secret desires of his subconscious betray him to the master of carnal joys. The more civilized a culture, the more fertile the ground becomes for Slaanesh. As leisure and indulgence spread with technological advancement, the dark cravings of the population blossom under the subtle influence of the pleasure god. Orgies of unspeakable vice erupt across entire sectors, where death by overstimulation is seen not as tragedy, but as the Dark Prince's favor. Worshippers believe that any extreme sensation, pain, ecstasy, rapture, terror, opens a path to communion with Slaanesh. They live in states of rapturous delirium, their minds and souls consumed in pursuit of a single goal: perfect sensation. The echoes of Slaanesh's birth scream in the hearts of every mortal soul. His cultists chase that echo like moths to a star, until their bodies and minds are burned away. Entire worlds have descended into anarchy and madness when pleasure cults rose unchecked, mimicking the fall of the Eldari and microcosm. On these doomed planets, society collapses beneath a tide of indulgence, and the howling winds of chaos break through the veil, ravaging the minds of psychers. The few survivors left behind are no longer mortal in any meaningful way. Broken, gibbering husks, shells that once knew restraint. The Inquisition, ever vigilant, holds a particular hatred for the followers of Slaanesh. These heretics spread corruption like wildfire, pulling smugglers, black marketeers, and recidivists into their embrace. The Inquisitors' efforts to suppress pleasure itself often do more harm than good, feeding the very hunger they seek to starve. By accursed right, Slaanesh's servants seduce both man and beast, dragging them into depravity and shame. Their deeds are too vile for record, their abominations too grotesque to speak aloud. On the battlefield, their garish, lewd appearance offends the senses. Half-naked torsos of pink and blue, twisted limbs in vile shades of green and yellow, all oozing the corruption within. They are twisted in mind and body, having sacrificed their humanity to serve the pleasure lord, spreading its contagion of sin to the innocent and unaware. Yet these followers are utterly fearless. To them, death is just another sensation to be savored. While they scorn the mindless brutality of Khorne's berserkers, Slaanesh's devotees revel in the artful combat, gladiatorial duels that elevate battle to a living performance. Slaanesh favor those who embrace art, whether through music, poetry, painting, or violence. Those touched by the Dark Prince find their creations elevated beyond mortal comprehension. Beautiful, haunting, and tainted. To behold such works is to be entranced and repulsed all at once. The mark of Slaanesh combines male and female symbols in a single design, though few display it openly. Instead, followers wear jewelry with erotic motifs and robes that expose the right breast, as required by their rituals. Their colors, pastel hues, electric shades, stark whites, are flamboyant and sensual, reflected even in their day-to-day attire. Every stitch of their clothing, every ornament is made with painstaking care and decadent luxury. Among Slaanesh's most infamous warriors are the Chaos Space Marines of the Emperor's Children. Once noble sons of the Imperium, they are now hedonistic psychopaths, wielding sonic weaponry that turns battle into an agonizing concert of pain. In their hands, the scream is an instrument, and war itself becomes an orchestra of suffering. Thus does Slaanesh conquer, not with rage, nor with pestilence, nor with deceit, but with a whisper, a touch, a thrill. And once felt, the Prince of Pleasure is never forgotten. Those who fall under the sway of Slaanesh begin their descent not in darkness or despair, but in ecstasy. At first, every sensation, every moment feels heightened, imbued with wonder and pleasure, as though the world has been reborn through new eyes. The mundane becomes extraordinary, every touch electric, every sound symphonic. Life itself becomes a rhapsody of feeling. But the gifts of the Prince of Pleasure are cruel, for what once brought joy quickly dulls. The flush of sensation fades. To recapture it, the corrupted soul must seek greater extremes. What once thrilled now barely registers. In time, the need for constant stimulation takes hold. Followers find themselves surrounded by overwhelming sounds, clashing colors, and garish displays, especially in the signature hues of bright pinks and purples, the colors most pleasing to their god. As the spiral deepens, so too does the moral decay. No longer satisfied by ordinary experience, the follower of Slaanesh turns to acts of cruelty and degradation. Sadistic murder, humiliation, and twisted excess become not only tolerable, but necessary, the only way to feel that which was once given freely. By this stage, the individual is fully enthralled, and in reward or punishment, Slaanesh begins to bestow mutational gifts. These transformations, grotesque or exquisite, depend on the eye of the beholder, are designed to enhance pleasure or physical perfection, pushing the follower's experience even further from humanity. Cult groups, whether corrupted knowingly or through slow seduction, often embrace this path with fanatical devotion. Members engage in radical body modifications, excessive makeup, ornate clothing, or even surgical alteration, if technology permits. Each change is aimed at heightening pleasure, amplifying sensation, and achieving what they perceive as physical and aesthetic perfection, the eyes of their dark patron. Ultimately, even death itself becomes part of the pursuit, the act of killing, the power, the release, the intensity is a joy. And when their own end comes, many followers welcome it with open arms. For in that final moment of orgasmic agony, their soul is consumed by Slaanesh, lost forever to the depths of the immaterium. Every pleasure tasted, every horror inflicted, every twisted indulgence strengthens Slaanesh. In the warp, the psychic echoes of these corrupt deeds feed the Prince of Chaos, growing its power with each act of excess. The more souls it devours, the more intoxicating the next sensation becomes, for both god and worshipper alike. It is said that Slaanesh shows little interest in its brethren, consumed by its own indulgence and raptures. The Prince of Pleasure rarely seeks out alliance or cooperation, too enamored with its own perfection to be troubled by the schemes of others. And yet, of all the ruinous powers, none incites Slaanesh's ire and draws it in turn, like Khorne. The followers of Khorne, driven by a brutish devotion to bloodshed for its own sake, are the antithesis of everything Slaanesh represents. Where the Lord of Excess revels in refinement, sensation, and beauty, Khorne demands rage, violence, and simplicity. The two gods are mortal enemies, and this enmity is mirrored both in the material realm and the realm of chaos. Cults of Khorne and Slaanesh clash often, the conflicts erupting with predictable violence, while other demonic legions are believed to be locked in endless battles in the warp, tearing at one another in a war without end. This rivalry shapes the nature of their armies. Slaanesh's forces may not match Khorne's in brute strength or frontal assaults, but what they lack in raw power, they more than make up for in subtlety and corruption. Indeed, Slaanesh's influence is so insidious that it can even turn Khorne's own devotees astray, ensnaring them through the very battle lust they cherish. In technologically advanced societies, where warfare and structure are deeply intertwined, Slaanesh's corruption is particularly potent. A single, well-placed cultist within the ranks of a fleet or military hierarchy can cause catastrophic destruction, crippling entire operations or annihilating cities from within. And wherever Khorne's blood-soaked zealotry burns brightest, Slaanesh's agents are often found lurking in the shadows, whispering temptation and weaving the threats of downfall. Despite being the youngest of the major chaos gods, Slaanesh remains a critical player in the ever-unfolding great game, the eternal struggle for dominance between the ruinous powers. While Slaanesh might not yet be powerful enough to stand alone against any of its elder siblings, its support in alliance is often enough to shift the balance of power. The Prince of Pleasure, through manipulation and charm, exerts influence far beyond its measured strength. Nowhere is this dynamic more compelling than in the complex relationships between Slaanesh and the other gods. Khorne detests Slaanesh utterly. The Dark Prince's hedonism and aesthetic pleasures are anathema to the Blood God, whose rage is so profound that the mere mention of Slaanesh or its schemes causes volcanoes to erupt in his realm. The Prince of Pleasure amplifies Khorne's fury merely by existing, and takes perverse delight in doing so. Though only Khorne displays such open hostility, Nurgle and Tzeentch too are uneasy in Slaanesh's presence. The traditional hierarchy of power places Slaanesh at the lowest rung. Yet, even the Plague Lord and the Changer of the Ways are not immune to the magnetic pull of their younger sibling. Slaanesh's charisma is inescapable, its allure undeniable, even to the gods. This discomfort stems from a deeper truth. Each Chaos God, in their own way, embodies excess. Khorne in bloodlust, Tzeentch in scheming, Nurgle in the proliferation of disease. Each is a form of obsession, a singular pursuit that Slaanesh can manipulate with the whisper of a promise. Deep within the minds of the other gods lies a lingering suspicion. The influence of the Dark Prince is growing, slowly, steadily, irresistibly. That one day, Slaanesh might eclipse them all. Thus, alliances with the Prince of Pleasure are rarely long-lived. It may be a matter of distrust, or simply the capricious nature of Slaanesh itself. More than that, it may be fear, not of betrayal, but of the secret power Slaanesh holds over them all. Among the ruinous powers, Slaanesh is unlike any of its brother gods. Where the others shun intrusion and raise fortresses of secrecy and hostility, the Prince of Pleasure opens its arms wide. It does not repel outsiders, it invites them in. At the heart of Slaanesh's domain within the realm of chaos lies the Palace of Pleasure, a gleaming and impossible fortress surrounded by 6 concentric rings of temptation. These outer domains, each a trap in disguise, implore visitors to indulge, to surrender themselves to the pleasures within. Temptation here is not just a lure, but a weapon as deadly as any chain sword or bolter. Those who falter are not merely slain. Their bodies may be absorbed into the land, becoming part of the domain itself, or transformed into statues. Their rapturous final moments, frozen forever to beautify the view of others. Their souls, once vibrant and free, now sustain the Dark Prince, feeding Slaanesh's unending hunger with every cry of ecstasy and moment of weakness. There are tales, both whispered in hidden cults and condemned in sermons by the ecclesiarchy, of those who dared to make the journey. The story of heretic Cardinal Wagalta, often cited as a cautionary tale, describes the wonders and horrors of the palace. While no one can say with certainty whether such accounts are truth or mad hallucination, they serve a purpose: to warn the faithful of the peril that awaits those who give in to temptation, to wealth, to pleasure. And still, Slaanesh watches. Those who pass the early tests may draw the god's attention. It may watch with amusement as mortals resist one seduction after another, only to inevitably fall. A precious few make it all the way to the outer walls of the palace itself. Should they be so fortunate or unfortunate, they may be graced with the presence of the Dark Prince. But none have ever entered without Slaanesh's will. For all who gaze upon the god's perfect form fall in that moment, mind, body, and soul, to its divine majesty. The first of the 6 domains is a paradise of illusory riches, a landscape where day turns to night and golden light gives way to soft blues and shimmering skies. The heavens are alight with stars like diamonds, seemingly close enough to pluck from the firmament. Many try. They climb trees made of pure gold, reaching, straining, leaping, only to plummet. Their bodies break, but in their final moments they feel only rapture, eyes wide with the glint of imagined jewels in their hands. For a fleeting second, they believe they have won, and in that moment of false joy, they forfeit everything. Scholars who study the legends of chaos describe this domain as a realm of impossible wealth, a trap laid for the greedy and ambitious. Here, the grass shimmers like the ocean under a noon sun, and the trees whisper in the wind, offering all that one could want and more. Mountains of gold gleam on the horizon, and paths of ruby and emerald stretch across the land. Gemstones and gold nuggets lie scattered across the paths, ready to be scooped into a pouch or slipped into a sleeve. But those who become too enamored, who burden themselves with too many treasures, eventually collapse beneath the weight. Bones and rotted remains litter the domain, half buried beneath the gilded soil. And yet, even in death, their faces bear smiles, rapt expressions carved into flesh at the moment of surrender. They died not in agony, but in delirious bliss, unable or unwilling to let go of the treasures that destroyed them. In Slaanesh's realm, there is always room for one more gem, always one more step toward indulgence, and always one more soul to claim. Whispers from the fevered, the broken, and the damned speak of the perils awaiting those who venture deeper into Slaanesh's realm. According to such mad ravings, those who resist the avarice of the golden fields and pass through the first ring unscathed find themselves standing before a lake so vast its distant shores fade into nothingness. Across this mirror-like expanse lies a constellation of pale islands, connected by an intricate web of bridges that beckon like delicate lacework on the horizon. The lake's waters are no water at all, but the finest wine, rich and aromatic. Its bouquet so enticing it causes the words of sermons and oaths to fade like distant echoes. There are no cups to be found. Most don't care. The allure is too great. Visitors fall to their knees, lips touching the surface, drinking deeply of the intoxicating pleasure. Their thoughts blur. Many drink until they slip beneath the wine, their laughter and sighs swallowed in silence. For those who resist, who lift their heads in focus, the island reveals their true form. Vast, hunched giants bearing aloft massive tables piled with feasts beyond comprehension. Exotic fruits, golden breads, and succulent meals overflow from platters of silver and jade. But swimming to these living banquet halls is perilous, especially for those whose minds are clouded. Those who succeed in reaching the feast are met with indulgence beyond imagination. Each bite outshines any meal ever known. Flavor turns to rapture. Hunger becomes obsession. Victims devour with manic speed, losing all sense of self. They consume until they can consume no more. Only then do they notice, too late, that some of the meat bears the all too familiar contours of those who came before. Even should one realize this grim truth, there is no stopping. The compulsion to feast overrides reason. Body fails before the hunger does. Collapsing into the food they once devoured, the glutton becomes the next course in the endless banquet of the second ring. Across the Imperium, preachers and inquisitors fill libraries with cautionary tales and grim manuals. They know that the carnal instincts are the easiest path to damnation. Slaanesh knows this too. It is why the third ring is a domain of overwhelming sensation, crafted with loving cruelty to overload mind, body, and soul. Pleasant, textured fields glow in teasing golds, and soft tints spun from dream thread ripple with visions drawn from the deepest subconscious of those who gaze upon them. Travelers pass through twisting corridors, unable to avoid brushing against the silken walls that seem to breathe and moan in response to every touch. From one decadent tableau to the next, demonettes and mortal bodies entwine, some beautiful beyond comprehension, others horrifically alluring, each whispering sweet surrender. The air itself is an enemy. Heavy with intoxicating musk, it seeps through the skin, making the flesh hypersensitive. Each breeze, each touch, a symphony of sensation. Braziers of incense smolder with memory, conjuring past desires and moments of forbidden pleasure. The spirit falters, and in the haze, demonettes close in, offering caresses with bladed fingers, kisses from razor-fanged mouths, and embraces that wound as they seduce. But Slaanesh's temptations are not merely of the flesh. They prey upon the soul's need for recognition. In every military across the stars, tales of glory and honor inspire warriors to fight harder, to rise above themselves. When victory is claimed, they are bathed in adoration of their peers, a drug all its own. The fourth ring of Slaanesh's realm offers these dreams and more. Here, Each visitor is greeted by a vision tailored perfectly to their soul. Soldiers are hailed as champions, statues erected in their image. Planetary governors see themselves commanding entire star systems. Priests gain the adoration of the faithful, their words law across worlds. Each illusion is rooted in believability. After all, history is full of such heroes. The dream is so real, so comfortable, that few can ever leave it. The illusion doesn't crack under its own weight. It is the victim's doubt that provides the only escape. Those who break free do so in agony. The shattering dream revealing, for a split second, a vast plain of black soot. In that moment, the illusion falls away, and they glimpse the truth. Heaps of bones, half buried in ash, surrounded by the living dead. Beings still entranced by their personal delusions. Then, just as quickly, the vision vanishes, and the path forward to the fifth ring begins. Such is the journey into the Dark Prince's realm, a place of boundless beauty and unimaginable horror, where every desire is fulfilled until it becomes the prison from which one can never escape. When the corpse god of the Imperium forged the Space Marines, it is said he faced a challenge as monumental as any battle. He sought to create warriors of unparalleled might, champions who would perform heroic deeds, conquer the impossible, and achieve greatness in his name. But they also had to be humble, recognizing themselves not as heroes, but as instruments of his will, obedient and unquestioning. History, however, remembers the failure. Legions rebelled, swayed by prideful primarchs who dared to question the Emperor's design. And in the shadows, the Prince of Chaos whispered, offering temptations and promises. The same whisper reaches all who enter the fifth circle of Slaanesh's realm. If one lends credence to the blasphemous tales passed from madman to madman. The fifth ring appears as a grand forest, a sanctuary of towering trees and hidden glades. The thick canopy muffles sound, lulling the mind into introspection. The long walks, the forest's hushed stillness, invite one to contemplate, to wander inward. In each tranquil glade lies a still pool, mirror-like, drawing the traveler to sit and reflect. As eyes settle on the water surface, memories and visions flood the mind, past accomplishments, future conquests, impossible triumphs imagined with startling clarity. Vines and thorny branches silently encroach. They curl around ankles, brush the neck, and gently tighten. Just as the dreamer imagines himself a galaxy-conquering titan, the pool's water begins to stir. It rises and reshapes into the very embodiment of failure, the shame the dreamer hides deepest. Eyes snap open to a vision of defeat, a moment of collapse, and then the vines tighten, the branches tear at flesh, the air is choked from lungs. The stifled scream becomes a song to Slaanesh. Precious few resist. They break the dream's hold, rise gasping, and press forward into the sixth and final ring, the last threshold before the palace of pleasure. For any mortal or demon who has made it this far, weariness grips the soul. In the galaxy of the 41st millennium, life is harsh and unrelenting. Even those untouched by the Imperium's crushing weight suffer burdens of their own. The Eldari live in constant vigilance, maintaining their craft worlds, while haunted by the eternal thirst of their doom-laden god. And so, the Sixth Ring offers respite. After all trials, the Wanderer is met with what every soul craves: rest. A beach of warm sands stretches beneath a golden sun. The sky is clear and endless, its few clouds pushed gently by a breeze that carries soft music to soothe the spirit. The ground rises to cradle the weary, while cherubs appear to remove armor and burdens. From the mists of breaking waves, figures of calm and beauty approach. They press soothing hands into aching muscles. The journey's pain dissolves like mist. Here, at last, is peace, eternal peace, if the will is not strong enough to cast off the illusion. But for the rare soul whose resolve burns brighter than desire, the spell breaks. The sky shatters with a silent scream. Apparitions flee. Armor and gear are reclaimed, and the lone survivor rises, a storm of purpose in a place of dreams. Ahead lies the final test, the Palace of Slaanesh. A warrior, mortal or otherwise, who survives the 6 circles might expect to be met by demonettes, fiends, or the keepers of secrets, legions of horror defending their master's keep. Surely the Palace of Pleasures would be ringed by walls of ivory and gold, guarded by monstrosities forged from ecstasy and agony. But Slaanesh requires no such defense. The path to the palace is lined with statues of flawless alabaster and trees shaped with unnatural perfection. There are no weapons drawn, no demonic legions, no ramparts. The air grows still. And then, music. Unseen choirs sing in voices both divine and profane. The melodies weep into the soul. As the invader stares, a figure emerges from the palace. Slaanesh, the prince of excess, in all its impossible beauty. It walks with poise, it smiles, and in that moment, all resistance ends. The will shatters, the mind submits. Perfection stands before them, and they welcome the loss. This is why there are no guards. None are needed. What happens next is unknowable. No one returns from the Palace of Pleasure. Scholars of forbidden lore argue endlessly about what lies within, but no first-hand account exists. Some say it's a simple dwelling, its humility only enhancing the majesty of its occupant. Others believe it is the greatest structure ever imagined, a sprawl of endless towers, golden domes, and halls paved with desire. But all agree on one thing: it is magnificent. If it boasts a courtyard, then it's filled with statues, figures frozen in bliss, their faces lit with joy, perhaps the final form of those who succumbed to the prince's charm. Others speculate the palace is a den of unending decadence, where acts too blasphemous to describe unfold eternally. Perhaps the only inhabitant of the palace is Slaanesh itself. Perhaps it is filled with unholy life, an entire court of demons and broken souls. Whatever the truth, this is the seat of the master of sensation, the domain of the lord of excess, the god of desire and decadence. It is not a fortress, it is not a battlefield, it is home to Slaanesh. Though Slaanesh is the youngest of the ruinous powers, the demon legions that serve the Dark Prince grow more numerous with each passing moment. While they may still pale in number compared to the vast demonic hosts of Khorne, Nurgle, and Tzeentch, the demons of Slaanesh are not to be dismissed lightly. Each of these creatures bears some aspect of their master's perverse and unnatural beauty, a disturbing blend of allure and revulsion that evokes both loathing and desire. Their presence exudes an overwhelming aura of sensuality, strong enough to drown even the most stalwart soul. A single whispered promise can enslave a heart that once beat with unwavering resolve. Their forms are a monstrous contradiction, where fairness and foulness intertwine, each a vision that both beguiles and terrifies. To gaze upon them is to have the soul assaulted by beauty warped into horror. When Slaanesh unleashes its legions of excess, they descend with sinuous grace, a blur of bladed limbs and lithe forms, each movement both mesmerizing and grotesque. These legions may differ in their compositions and purposes, but all are united by a single goal: to spread the corruption and ecstasy of their master across the galaxy and the immaterium alike. Slaanesh's greatest weapon is not raw force, but temptation. The promise of pleasure, whispered sweetly, draws both mortals and demons into servitude. Yet when persuasion fails, and souls must be torn from their hosts by force, or control of a warp domain must be contested, the legions of excess march to war. Though they may lack the brute strength of Khorne's warriors, the resilience of Nurgle's Talibans, the sorcerous might of Tzeentch's hosts, Slaanesh's demons strike with an unequaled speed and precision. In the swirling chaos of battle, they are a deadly storm, tearing through foes before they have time to scream. The keepers of secrets, Slaanesh's greatest generals and dark-hearted avatars of excess, often lead these armies. Some demon princes, once mortal champions exalted to eternal service, also command legions. Slaanesh is known to reward its favored followers with such promotion more frequently than the other chaos gods. Each general has their own obsessions, and many structure their legions of excess to suit their whims. Others remain fickle, reordering their troops to match the mood of the moment or the shifting tides of the battlefield. As a result, no two legions are ever truly the same, and their tactics are as fluid as their forms. The hierarchy beneath each legion's commander includes heralds of Slaanesh, or demon princes, who lead subunits called cavalcades, 6 to a legion, echoing the sacred number of the Dark Prince. Within each cavalcade, the main force consists of demonettes, Slaanesh's lesser demons and handmaidens. In faster and more aggressive legions, such as the Hunter or Terror legions, Seeker cavalry, Hellflayers, and Seeker chariots support the demonette packs. The fiends of Slaanesh, grotesque yet swift and sinuous demonic beasts, can appear in any legion. They are most numerous within the Glamiatrix and Terror legions, and only rarely seen among the Khorne. The legions of excess may not be the most numerous, but what they lack in scale, they make up for in finesse, speed, and devastating spectacle. With every soul they claim, and every battlefield they defile, the Dark Prince's reach expands, and the galaxy trembles, caught between terror and ecstasy. In the roiling madness of the immaterium, where thought becomes form and emotion births gods, there exists a being of ineffable cunning and boundless change. Mortals know it as Tzeentch, changer of the ways. Of all the ruinous powers, none are so enigmatic. Where others lash out with primal fury or carnal excess, Tzeentch weaves reality like thread through a needle, shaping fate itself with every twist. Tzeentch is the embodiment of ambition and evolution, of the yearning to grow, improve, and surpass. It is the whisper behind invention, the hunger for progress, the dream of riches and a better tomorrow. These desires, noble as they may seem, are not immune to corruption. Indeed, they are ripe for it. For the great conspirator is a master not of brute force, but of manipulation, twisting hope into obsession and ambition into ruin. Unlike the brute wrath of Khorne, the rot of Nurgle, or the seductive madness of Slaanesh, Tzeentch operates in shadows and secrets. His servants, be they human, alien, or demon, act with subtlety, moving unseen to influence the course of mortal empires. Politicians rise, scholars probe forbidden truths, generals find victory at just the right cost. And yet always, behind their ascent lies a nudge, a whisper, a bargain offered in friendship and sealed in damnation. I just wanted to take a moment to let you know that you can now find the Warhammer 40k Lore to Sleep To playlist on Spotify. And if you wanted to help support the channel further, you can do so on my Patreon page, which comes with many perks you may enjoy. Or, if the idea of commissioning your own custom sleep video interests you, you can find that on my Ko-fi page. And finally, for 40k sleep-inspired merch and pillows, check out my shop. All links can be found in the description. And alternatively, subscribing and liking this video, if you find it to your enjoyment, also helps me a lot. Anyway, it looks like Tzeentch changed the script on me a bit. Now back to your regularly programmed grimdark sleep content. Tzeentch's weapons are not swords or plagues, but ideas. Flattery, temptation, and purpose, gently twisted toward damnation. one need not seek his favor to fall into his grasp. Often, it is the righteous, the visionary, and the altruist who proves to be most vulnerable. For even the brightest intentions cast a long shadow when stoked by the breath of the great deceiver. To witness Tzeentch is to witness contradiction. Where other gods hold form, Khorne's towering fury, Nurgle's bloated rot, Tzeentch is motion incarnate. He, though not truly male, is often spoken of in masculine terms, but gender is as meaningless to him as constancy. His firmament bleeds magic, his presence cloaked in swirling smoke that coils and curls into visions of people and places, flickering as their fates are twisted by his gaze. Those who fall under that gaze are never the same. The mind, the flesh, the soul, all are reshaped, and none leave Tzeentch unchanged. Through the ages, some consistent visions of the god have emerged, perhaps illusions shaped for mortal comprehension, or lies made manifest. Tzeentch often appears as a robed sorcerer, tall and spindly, head sagging beneath sloped shoulders so that body and skull seem one. Flames crackle from the curved horns above his burning eyes, and ever-changing mouths leer from his skin, each whispering dark truths, half-truths, and mocking lies, echoing and altering his every word. Some scholars of the Ordo Malleus argue even these consistencies are fabrications, false patterns to trap the mind. For what better lie than one wrapped in familiar truth? Others have described him differently. A writhing mist of screaming faces, a blaze of living runes that scorch the air, a serpentine beast of raw flesh, a swirling cloud of polychromatic smoke. Birds and fish, symbols of wind and water, appear again and again, figures of fluidity and transformation, as do his demons, shaped like monstrous hybridizations of the two. The Lords of Change, his greater demons, are towering avian creatures that stride like prophets of entropy, while his screamers and disc carriers soar like manta rays across the skies of both real space and the warp, hunting like predators of ancient Terra seas. Some claim Tzeentch has no true shape, that what is seen is only what must be seen, mortal minds desperately trying to comprehend the incomprehensible. He is flux, mutation, metaphor, given flesh. A god whose form is not a truth but a trap. To seek his image is folly. To name him with certainty is madness. He is the god of the 1,000 masks, and each mask is a lie. Among the many arcane truths whispered by Tzeentch's cults, one number holds special reverence, the number 9. The sorcerer Ahriman, architect of many damned truths, writes of it thus: 9 is the number most sacred to the changer of the ways. It is only upon tracing the 9th sigil that the runes of a change scroll begin to glow, morphing into their true nature. There are 9 distinct rites an acolyte must master before he can unlock the secrets that will permit him to pierce the veil. A process that will allow a worthy aspirant to draw upon the boundless energies of the immaterium. To remain unbroken, a summoning symbol must contain 9 sequential rings, each perfectly executed in a 9-fold process. 9 are the chants of the Carrick cultists, and for casting, a coven of 9 is by far the most powerful of groupings. Yet it is not mortal rites alone that obey the great sorcerer's Anedic rules. The number 9 can be found woven throughout the unfathomable and ever-changing structures of the Architect of Fate's own realm within the warp. The Lords of Change, the greatest servants of Tzeentch and commanders of his convocations, are ordered within 9 levels of trust. All seek their master's favor, and those in ascendancy rule the 9 fractal fortresses. Beneath each of those most exalted are 999 legions, each divided into 9 hosts. It is said that when demons are slain, their immortal spirit appears within the impossible fortress, arriving before their maker from one of the ever-shifting 9 gates, there to be either reformed or reabsorbed by the will of Tzeentch. Such is the power of 9, a pattern, a riddle, a key and a lock. To know Tzeentch is to lose oneself. To serve him is to be used. And yet, for those who dare, who hunger, and who burn with ambition too bright for the path of order or the chains of reason, he waits, ever changing, ever watching, and ever smiling. And just as their mortal servants clash, so too do the Chaos Gods themselves. Tzeentch, the eternal schemer, finds his antithesis in Nurgle, the Plague Lord. Where Nurgle is decay, Tzeentch is growth. Where Nurgle delights in stagnation and despair, Tzeentch thrives on progress, mutation, and the hope of something greater. The 2 powers war endlessly, Tzeentch's intricate plans often crumbling under the heavy rot of Nurgle's inevitability. Their demons fight with one another as often as they do with the Imperium or other Xenos. And yet, for all this rivalry, it is Tzeentch who holds the greatest sway among his peers. When the Chaos Gods must act as one, rare as that may be, it is Tzeentch who weaves the temporary alliance, as he did during the Horus Heresy. But make no mistake, Tzeentch does nothing out of unity. Every truce is a plot, every alliance another layer of his ever-unfolding game. Known by countless names across the galaxy, the Changer of the Ways, the Great Schemer, the Father of Lies, the Master of Fortune, the Shifting Breeze, the Architect of Fate, but to name a few. Tzeentch is the Chaos God of sorcery, ambition, change, and knowledge. Each title whispers a fragment of truth, and yet none can capture the whole. For every name spoken, 1,000 guises take form, and each of those births a new scheme. Everything about the great conspirator mutates, evolves, and slips through the cracks of understanding. To define him is to misunderstand him, for Tzeentch changes even from himself. He is perhaps the most disturbing and least comprehensible of the four major ruinous powers. A being of ceaseless transformation, he is drawn to those who scheme and plot, who crave arcane power and forbidden truths. From the thrones of planetary governors to the lowest dens of chaos-worshipping cults, his hand is ever present. Politicians, psychers, sorcerers, magisters, so many mortals have walked the convoluted paths of destiny, thinking themselves the masters of their own ascent, never realizing they are but threads in Tzeentch's eternal web. Some serve him knowingly, devoted acolytes of the architect of fate. Others are deceived, tricked into believing they pursue their own goals, when in truth, they serve only his. But what mortals fail often to grasp is this: Tzeentch has no grand endgame, no single destination. The act of plotting is his purpose, the weaving of fates, not their resolution. Were he ever to achieve a final goal, ambition would cease, change would halt, and so too would Tzeentch himself. His reach is long, his influence profound. The Eye of Terror, the Maelstrom, the Great Rift, and the Screaming Vortex, all regions where reality and warp bleed together, serve as fertile grounds for his machinations. He is the master of 1,001 plots, each more intricate and confounding than the last, and none but he could possibly comprehend them all. And though his followers may be fewer and less visible than those of Khorne, their grip on the mind of mortals is no less firm. In fact, many serve Tzeentch without ever realizing it, their fates nudged by unseen hands, and their dreams twisted toward his ends. His mortal devotees are often psychers, scholars, and seekers of hidden truths. They pursue power through understanding, believing themselves on the cusp of mastery. But Tzeentch is not generous. His gifts are poisoned. The deeper one drinks from his well of secrets, the closer one creeps to mutation and madness. Many promising minds, so close to uncovering the ultimate mysteries, find themselves transformed into gibbering chaos spawn, mere echoes of their former selves. Yet, among the few who survive this treacherous climb, there are those who rise as mighty champions, warriors and sorcerers of devastating power. Unlike Khorne, who reviles subtlety and abhors the use of sorcery, Tzeentch welcomes it in all its forms. He assembles armies of psychers and brutes alike, bound together by the shared chaos of transformation. Those who cause great change, whether through spell or sword, will find themselves under his gaze. No targets are as tempting to Tzeentch as those who tread the dangerous path of the warp, psychers, witches, and sorcerers who seek to reshape reality through their minds alone. Imperial scholars have noted a troubling pattern. With every generation, more humans are born as psychers. With this surge comes a rising threat, for Tzeentch's allure grows stronger. The Imperium ever wary of the warp's influence, has tasked entire organizations, the Inquisition, the Adeptus Astra Telepathica, the Adeptus Astronomica, and the Scholastia Psychona, with stamping out chaos wherever it creeps. Safeguards exist, yes. Precautions are taken, but they are fallible. No system is perfect, and no soul, no matter how pious, is immune to the whispering temptations of the great schemer. Thus, commissars are given a grim duty. Execute sanctioned psychers the moment demonic possession is suspected. It is a heavy burden, but a necessary one, for the line between sanctioned power and chaotic damnation is razor thin. As the embodiment of change, sorcery, and intrigue, Tzeentch may well be the truest face of chaos itself. His corruption spreads not through brute force or instant gratification, but through whispers, secrets, and the promise of hidden power. Fewer fall to him than the more indulgent gods, Slaanesh with their pleasures, Nurgle with his promises of immortality, or Khorne with his blood-soaked might. Yet those who do answer Tzeentch's call are often the most dangerous of all. He offers forbidden knowledge, truths that cannot be unlearned, and it is psychers who are most vulnerable, for they already touch the warp, already bend the world with will alone. The secrets of sorcery he grants allow them to surpass every limitation the Imperium places upon them, until they are too far gone to return. It is a path even the mighty cannot always resist. Magnus the Red, Primarch of the Thousand Suns, once sought only to protect his legion's sacred lore. It is fear of losing that knowledge led him straight into Tzeentch's embrace. So it is with many noble aims twisted by desperation, pride, or temptation, become the fuel for corruption. And one needs not to wield psychic might to fall. Even a low-born worker might turn, if promised a better life. Imperial nobles, governors, and senators, those who seek to outwit rivals, often find the edge they need offered by a certain mystery cult, whose teachings just so happen to serve the changer of the ways. From the highest echelons to the downtrodden poor, countless cults take root in the Imperium. Charismatic heretics preach enlightenment. Hope-starved laborers cling to promises of salvation. Step by step, good people walk a crooked road until they find themselves kneeling before chaos. Tzeentchian corruption is not the most common across the stars, but it is the most feared. For his servants are the most subtle, the most intelligent, and the most insidious. They are the ones who smile as they speak, who plan 10 steps ahead, who burn whole worlds with words alone, and leave none the wiser. There is a legion of traitor Astartes, forever damned, whose loyalty belongs solely to the changer of the ways. Once, they were known as the 15th Legion of the Emperor's own Space Marines, noble sons of Terra, created in the late 30th millennium to reclaim the stars after their long darkness of the Age of Strife. They were warriors of discipline, indistinguishable from their brother legions. But time and the warp are unkind allies, and soon change began to take root in their ranks. Some among them awakened psychic powers. Others, afflicted by something more grotesque, began to mutate, suffering the terrifying flesh change, their bodies warping beyond recognition. These cursed battle brothers were entombed in stasis, their numbers dwindling. Whispers grew among Imperial commanders. Perhaps the Legion should be purged. Perhaps the knowledge of their existence should be scrubbed from the Imperial record. But destiny had not yet abandoned them. During the Great Crusade, the Emperor's forces reached a world called Prospero, a jewel of wisdom and sorcery. There, they found the Legion's Primarch, Magnus the Red. Cyclopean, towering, and brilliant beyond measure, Magnus embraced the broken remains of his legion. Through sorcerous means, perhaps guided by knowledge gleaned from the warp, perhaps at the price of one of his own eyes, he stabilized the gene seed of the 1,000 Sons. Yet the damage had been done. Their numbers were few. From Prospero's populace, they recruited anew. Under Magnus's guidance, the 1,000 Sons reformed, rebuilt, and rose. Their librarians became unmatched, their tactics inventive and unconventional. Their battles fought with as much words and warp flame as with bolters and blades. But their rise would draw scrutiny. At the fateful Council of Nicaea, the Emperor decreed an end to all sorcery. The use of psychic powers was to be forbidden, cast out of the legions and imperial society. For the 1,000 Sons, whose very survival depended upon such arts, this edict was nothing short of betrayal. And the Emperor's suspicion would soon drive them into damnation. When the Horus heresy began to unfurl, Magnus saw what others could not. He reached across the stars to warn the Emperor of Horus's treachery, using sorcery to send his mind from Prospero to Terra. But his warning, unheeded and unwelcome, was mistaken as a chaos deception. The Emperor responded with force. He dispatched Leman Russ, Primarch of the Space Wolves, and his legion, bolstered by the Sisters of Silence and the Custodes. Magnus was to be brought to Terra for judgment. But Horus, now corrupted, twisted Russ's orders. Instead of capture, he commanded annihilation. What followed became known as the Fall of Prospero. The world burned, the 15th Legion shattered. Magnus and a remnant of his sons fled, embraced by Tzeentch, their new patron. In bitterness and betrayal, they joined Horus's rebellion. Now forever damned, the 1,000 Sons march beneath the banners of the Changer of the Ways. Their crimson armor became blue and gold, adorned with ornate helms and arcane headdresses. Their methods, ranged warfare, sorcery, deception, remained. But change, as always, came again. Within the Eye of Terror, they claimed a new home. Sortiarius, the planets of the sorcerers. But there, exposed to the raw energies of the warp, the flesh change returned. Ahriman, Magnus's greatest librarian and most ambitious servant, sought a final cure. He cast a mighty spell, the rubric of Ahriman. It worked, but at a terrible cost. Those gifted in sorcery were spared, their minds sharpened, their powers magnified. But the others, those without psychic gifts, were hollowed, their bodies reduced to dust, their souls bound eternally within their armor. They became the rubric Marines, silent, soulless guardians marching at the command of the few surviving sorcerers. When Magnus learned of what had been done, he banished Ahriman in fury. Thus began a long estrangement. The Thousand Sons fractured. No longer a unified legion, it became scattered warbands, some zealously devoted to Tzeentch, others barely coherent, others still empty vessels for warp-born destruction. Within the Immaterium lies a place few survive to describe, and fewer still to comprehend. The realm of the sorcerer, domain of the architect of fate. Like its master, this realm changes endlessly. Its form, its colors, its logic, they twist and writhe in accordance with Tzeentch's whims and moods. Some call it a crystalline labyrinth, a shimmering maze of opalescent corridors, endlessly shifting. No map can chart it. No demon guards it. The maze protects itself, evolving and changing with such volatility that only the mad or the demonically blessed can hope to understand it. To gaze into the crystals is to gaze into oneself. Hopes and horrors, memories and futures, pain and ecstasy, all play across its mirrors. One man saw every failure his children might face. One woman beheld endless futures of joy, each more radiant than the last. Another saw only darkness, friends flayed, homes burned, his own flesh twisted into monstrous shapes, and found that the vision had become reality. Of those who return from Tzeentch's realm, few are whole. One succumbed to suicide, another went mad, a third was executed by the Inquisition. Most wander the maze still, insane, lost, and haunted by what might have been. Time flows strangely here. Minutes stretch into years. Years collapse into moments. A single step can last a day. A moment of awe may steal a mortal's lifetime. Some starve while admiring the light. Others wander for centuries without thirst. Chaos slows their metabolism, dragging them through eternity. And somewhere, in the heart of the maze, drifts the Guardian, a disembodied mouth that hovers above 9 gates, each wreathed in blue and pink warp fire. These are the gates of knowledge, and through them, it is said lies enlightenment. The Guardian speaks one of the 999 riddles of Zardkoth at each gate. Answer true, and the gate opens. Fail, and the seeker wanders forever, consumed by regret. Of all who have tried, only one is whispered to have passed all 9, a girl, they say, with a small black dog. Some scoff, some ponder, and some believe. The Ordo Malleus debates the tale even now, searching for a meaning, or perhaps succumbing to the very thing they study, deception, masquerading as truth. Such is the nature of Tzeentch, after all. Such is the fate of those who seek his secrets. At the core of Tzeentch's crystalline domain, if the word core holds meaning in a realm that defies all geometry and logic, there stands a place spoken of in terrified reverence, the impossible fortress. Some call it a location. Others claim it is more a concept, a central thought around which all the maze of madness coils, a belief given shape, rather than a place of stone or space. Described, when it is described at all, as a castle of crystal and ether, the fortress rises upon shifting foundations, its towers composed of blue and pink flame, of searing warp fire, of matter that exists only because thought wills it. Spires grow and vanish without warning, and doors open as though yawning from ancient boredom, only to snap shut with predatory force, disappearing into the structure once more. The fortress does not conform to the expectations of mortals. To enter it is to be unmade and rewoven by paradox. Even the greatest mortal architects would weep in madness if asked to draw its blueprints. Only the most powerful of the Lords of Change dare navigate its ever-shifting halls. Demons who are not burdened by mortal perception, but are manifestations of Tzeentch's will, thriving in his madness. Deep within lies a vault even demons speak of in hushed tones, the hidden library. Within it, scrolls, books, parchments, and tomes of infinite number catalog every story ever told, and those yet to be. Histories written, rewritten, and imagined. Futures that might come to pass. Accounts of events both real and contradictory. Some texts are so saturated with truth and falsehood that they gain a will of their own, muttering, arguing, or rewriting themselves for centuries at a time. These sentient volumes are chained in place by flames of magic, guarded by the cackling horrors who act as grotesque librarians. They shelve the books, squabble with the scrolls, and rearrange the collection to a logic only Tzeentch might comprehend. In a realm where order is an insult to the divine, even organization is chaos incarnate. Yet even this surreal vision is only one of many. Mortal witnesses rarely agree. Bach Samael, the so-called lunatic scrivener of Hamcloth Prime, claimed to have returned from Tzeentch's domain, describing nothing but a barren hill crowned by a single leafless tree. Dayless Dial, a condemned heretic from Phalon 10, described it as a desert crawling with headless humanoids who split and recombined in perpetual agony. Others spoke of realms of living vines, of landscapes made of mold, of continents where nothing existed but stone, ash, and silence. Perhaps all are true. Perhaps none. Some scholars argue that Tzeentch's realm is shaped by the mind of the visitor. Others believe it is Tzeentch himself who decides what a traveler sees, twisting perception as easily as clay, molding madness as a sculptor molds marble. Tzeentch's domain teems with demons of every shape and madness. Some are born of his will, spun from the warp as extensions of his mind. Others are mortals, corrupted and bound to serve, their strings pulled by the architect of fate, whether they know it or not. Tzeentch's legions are as bizarre and mutable as the god they serve, ranging from ever-shifting horrors of lesser stature to mighty greater demons who orchestrate entire wars as part of a cosmic plot. These entities, born from the raw madness of the warp, or elevated from mortal form, serve as foot soldiers, generals, and agents of the architect of fate. Among the most numerous of Tzeentch's lesser demons are the horrors, unstable masses of flesh and limbs, and fire-belching orifices. Ever-changing, they wreak havoc on the battlefield with potent bursts of psychic energy, shifting shapes and forms in constant flux. Fighting often alongside them are the Flamers of Tzeentch, slightly more powerful beings whose grotesque, many-mauled bodies unleash torrents of mystical flame. Their searing warp fire makes them a terrifying sight as they dance through battle, immolating all in their path. Soaring above these demons, one might glimpse the Screamers, ray-like monstrosities that streak across the sky with shrieking howls. With blade-like tusks, they carve through enemy lines, their screams as devastating to morale as their attacks are to flesh. Occasionally, these screamers are harnessed to ornate platforms known as the Burning Chariots of Tzeentch, demonic constructs drawn by the beasts and mounted with flamers or horrors. From the ground, such a sight might be mistaken for a comet, an ancient omen of dooming blaze through the heavens. For swift mobility and deadly support, Tzeentch employs the discs of Tzeentch, hovering entities that are part demon, part arcane construct, and part psychic force. They serve as mounts for champions of Tzeentch, lashing out with magical tendrils or bolts of lightning. When ridden by a flamer, they are ominously named Changebringers, bearing destruction and transformation wherever they glide. Leading these lesser beings into battle are the Heralds of Tzeentch. These field officers vary widely in form, from powerful horrors barely distinguishable from their kin, to gangly, multi-limbed entities shifting in and out of consistency. They marshal the chaotic hordes with raw warp energy, casting sorceries that reshape the battlefield as they direct the madness of Tzeentch's hosts with eerie precision. But towering above them all are the Lords of Change, the greatest of Tzeentch's greater demons. They appear as massive avian forms with serpentine necks, feathered wings that shimmer in every hue imaginable, and eyes that glow with ancient intellect. While their talons and warp lightning are fearsome in combat, it is their minds that pose the greatest threat, each one a master manipulator whose plots can unravel empires and seduce even the most stalwart defenders of the Imperium. Among these immortal beings, some began life as mortals. When a champion of Tzeentch, often a powerful sorcerer or heretic Astartes, achieves enough favor, they may be granted the dark apotheosis into a demon prince of Tzeentch. These beings swell with empiric energy, their flesh twisting grotesquely to match their new divine stature. Armor fuses with sinew, weapons become extensions of the body, and their soul is drowned in warp energy. This is the ultimate reward and eternal curse for those who have manipulated others so completely in the name of the Great Conspirator. Among these terrible entities, several stand apart in infamy. One such figure is Gargajuloth, the Prince of 1,000 Faces, an ancient and insidious greater demon whose true lifeblood is knowledge itself. Known also as the Forger of Hells and the Whisperer in the Darkness, Gargajuloth has manipulated events across the galaxy under countless guises. When first revealed to the Imperium, it required the sacrifice of 3 Grand Masters of the Grey Knights and 300 of their brothers to banish him. And yet, he returned 10 millennia later, reborn on the world of Volcanus Ultor, only to be confronted and defeated once again by the heroic Justicar Alaric. Still, the Emperor's tarot warns his banishment will end in 1,000 years, and Gargajuloth is always plotting. More enigmatic still is Kairos Fateweaver, the twin-headed oracle of Tzeentch. This Lord of Change sees all futures and all pasts, but not the present. One head always speaks the truth, the other lies with equal conviction, making every answer a riddle. Fateweaver is the mightiest of the Lords of Change, and serves as Tzeentch's voice in matters of prophecy and destiny, though his counsel is as dangerous as it is profound. Among the most infamous of Tzeentch's mortal champions is Magnus the Red, the Crimson King and Demon Primarch of the 1,000 Suns. Once a loyal son to the Emperor, Magnus turned to Tzeentch during the Horus Heresy, and now commands the full might of his legion from the relocated planet of the Sorcerers, forever bound to the whims of his patron god. Then, there are the eccentric blue scribes, Pteryx and Zyrap, 2 blue horrors tasked with a divine mission: to learn every spell ever written. Pteryx can write the spells, but cannot read them. Zyrap can read them, but cannot understand them. Together, they unleash unpredictable magic, scrawling and shouting incantations as they careen across dimensions atop their disk of Tzeentch. Their quest serves not only to recover lost knowledge, but to restore fragmented pieces of Tzeentch's own divine essence scattered across creation. The Changeling is another infamous demon, one who represents Tzeentch's love of mischief and meddling. A shapeshifter of unparalleled mastery, The changeling can imitate any being, perfectly mimicking voice, behavior, even aura. Not even the other chaos gods can detect the deception. The only being he cannot become is Tzeentch himself, for the great schemer tolerates no copy, not even for a second. When Tzeentch must wage war outright, his scintillating legions are summoned to real space. These demonic hosts burst forth in kaleidoscopic glory, capering, shrieking, shape-shifting avatars of sorcery and change. Each legion is a unique reflection of its Lord of Change commander. Some relish in devastation and lead conflagration legions, formed around flamers and other agents of immolation. Others favor chaos incarnate, commanding legions anarchists, who descend in bewildering force from nowhere. Still others direct veiled legions, ghost-like forces that strike from shadow and vanish just as quickly. Every legion is split into 9 hosts, each led by demon princes or heralds, such as flux masters, fate skimmers, and change casters. These leaders vie constantly for favor, sabotaging one another with gleeful malice. It is a game within the great game, and one Tzeentch adores. Their sigils burn and swirl across the pyramid of Irich, deep within the crystal labyrinth, rearranging in chaotic constellations. The 9 most favored legions are granted control of the fractal fortresses, towering strongholds within Tzeentch's realm, a prize all his servants desperately crave. And so, the great schemer's legions twist, burn, and plot, not only against the Imperium and the galaxy at large, but against one another. For even within his armies, Tzeentch teaches this truth. There is no unity without change, and no change without conflict.